Whatever. Oh, God. What do you mean ad starts? I already... Ugh. All right, whatever. Oh, that's right, because it'll restart. Unbelievable. All right, just turn that off. All right, I don't know if we can even snooze those. No, we had to think... Dude, the Windows update, why would it change the frame rate on OBS? Like, what the hell? Doesn't even make any sense. It was like, I'm looking at my stream, I'm like, why is it 30 frames a second? It's supposed to be 60.
Hello, Steve, John, and chat. Happy Wednesday. How are you today?
A little bit better, because now I'm going an actual 60 frames a second. Thanks. That makes no sense. Unbelievable. All right. Well. Yeah, I guess all we can do is snooze for 5, because it's like, you know, people are going to be like, oh, dude, you're on, cool. Yeah, it's like, oh, God. I'm going to show up and be like, ads. You know, it's been a hectic week already. Not happy about it. What's up? Macabre Cat, hi, what's up? Zombie Snow White, thank you. Thank you for calling stuff as well. Angelica Storm, hi. What's up? What else to leave? Max Marvel, hello. Haint, hi. How's it going? Jimmy, hi. What's up? Stream Bounty. Why? This is bothering me, and I should look this up. Why isn't Stream Bingo called Stream Bingo anymore? Like, wait, Stream Bounty doesn't make it... Whatever. I'm going to check my card.
Go into the settings and change it, and then you got to reboot it, and then change the DNS file, and then you got to reboot everything again. And then you got to download this mod and put this patch in, and then if you put this patch in, what you got to do here is you got to change the INF file. If you change that... No, dude, the other way.
Exactly. And it's weird, you know, OBS should let you change the frame rate on the fly. Like, as I'm streaming, it should be like, oh, dude, you want to just, you know, what's up?
Merry Subiversary.
Yeah.
2 days of snow. I'm over it. Come back, summer. I miss you.
Summer? No. Summer's got all that sunlight. Thank you. 71 moons. What's up? Hi, Steve. What's up? Zerochi, hi. Getting some Chick-fil-A. Nice. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, I haven't had Chick-fil-A in forever. I'm not. I haven't had Chick-fil-A. Yes, because I'm cheap. It's actually cheaper for me to buy food and make it myself. I'm getting to that era of my life. Yeah, it's... What? Raisin high. Where to leave off? Incoming hype train. Oh, dude, incoming. Oh God, we didn't even change any of that. This has been a day. Dude, I mean, you know, I don't think you realize. Mildly distracted. I don't know what this one is. It's probably bouncy. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Just bear with me today. No, I did manage to set up all the news crap, and you know we can go through that. It's not going to read all that.
Hey everyone, hope you had a wonderful Wednesday. We will do the driving through Macquarie behind people who can drive because oh my god and I've never seen it before, so I better drive 20 below speed limit. I'm continued to make the deliver with my 40-ton truck. Answer, my phone was drunk on Sunday and
Didn't tell me the stream was happening until it was too late. Birthday was on Saturday and I'm now 1,000. That's a lot of math. 36. Nice. There you go. Happy birthday. Boom. Also, it's a hype train.
hype train ticket bits.
This should go on longer. Saying. Nice. But I never get to see her that small, you know? So for me, that's like a good height. You know, usually she's towering over me and I look like an idiot. There you go. Hype train. Nice. Hi. So, What do we got going on here? Oh, ads. Come on, not during a hype train. Give me a break. And a card battle. Zombie Snow White, you got to roll equal to or greater than 11. 11. Steampunk Chick High. One. Oh. One. At least you know it's not rigged for mods. Oh my God. Just at that point, the dice should just fall off the table. Oh God. What's up? Icarus High. What's
Level
up? Thank
2
you.
hype train bits for Steve.
Thank you. I appreciate. Thanks for calling stuff. Snow White, appreciate. Hype train leave a little too. Okay, got that. Okay, Doe. I got the read that. Screaming Rat. Saw that. Read that. Steampunk Chick High. What's up? I said hi, but I didn't know if they heard me over to screaming at a card battle. Yeah, it's card battle, dude. Says dude. All right, good. Dude. Maybe you should do a rendition of that. See if you can get a thing generated where it's like card battle, dude. You know, and just make it seem just like super nerdy. What? I got that song stuck in my head. You know. Oh, that's a good use of emotes. Look at that. It'll come up. Nah, not a little. That one, cool. Hey, Hank gifted a sub. To Tasman, thank you. I appreciate giving out the subs, getting Bezos money. Technically not Bezos, but yeah. Where to leave off? UJC, hi. What's up? Yeah, sorry about the rough start. It was just I can't, like, I've gotten used to 60 frames a second. If I got to rewatch my VOD at 30 frames a second, my face will explode. I know, right? First world problems. Dude, remember when 720 was like a big deal and you're like, all right, 720, dude, this looks great. And then it was like 1080, oh my God. And it was like 4K. And you got to just up the frame rates and everything. It's ridiculous. Billy Socks, what's up? How's it going? I know people were filtering from work and stuff like that. You know, usually takes forever. What's up? So who's doing what? What is going on with your week? Our week consisted of overpriced food shopping and running around to a doctor to tell us, don't worry about it, but we're going to do blood work just in case. I'm like, what do you mean don't worry about it, but we're going to do blood work just in case? I could have done blood work for you. I'm just saying. Free of charge. Let's see. You know, usually I could taste it. So, let's see. Oh, look. Now, thanks, Stream Elements, for letting everybody know that I'm streaming right now. Oh, God, this is going to be one of those days. I can tell. Texting and listen to you while driving in a heavy snowstorm. Don't do that. I'm assuming you're joking because you're crazy if you're doing that. Still watch Twitch streams at 360p because of limited bandwidth on mobile. Oh, yeah, I totally do that, especially on a phone screen. I'm just like, I drop it down because I'm like, what am I wasting bandwidth for? Yeah. Sometimes I'll just go to audio only mode and I'll just listen. You know, if it's very dialogue heavy, I'll be like, wah, wah, wah. It's like a podcast, but live. Because I have a little card battle for bingo. Card battle. And word jumble. I can do that. Let's see. Card battle. Got it. All right. Can I click that? Thanks. Jumble word. I did card word. Ugh. All right. Let me check my card. Holy crap. Oh, that's so close in so many directions, but not even close. So I forgot to call that one. It's fine. You were doing a card battle. You know, that's the thing. You almost feel like it's not something you got to do because you did it. Like, technically you did. Click the card battle button. Let's see. Charmlate, what's up? ADJ, how's it going? 50 people. There you go. Fairland, hi. How you doing? Doing all right? Let's see if I can do that. I got that. Boop. Caught it. It's easier for me to stay on top of... Hey, Fairland won. Nice. It's easier for me to actually work stream bingo when, you know, the Pum'Kin's not here because your hands aren't occupied, whatever they do. I'm trying to make it because like all the pain meds just wore off entirely. Oh my God. Dude, you imagine? It's all like, all right, dude, you know, whatever. I'm snoozing the ads too because we have 33 seconds on the hype train. And then we'll do the wheel spin. Wheel spin for Farrelly. Farrelly! You got a wheel spin! Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I think that's random singing too. I know if you need to, like, zombie, just chill. Don't do anything crazy if you're not feeling well. You know, just be like, chill, man. Let's see. One last week as well.
Reality, while the self-driving box truck navigates, starts through traffic.
What? I don't like traffic. Just get out of the car and leave your vehicle there and walk off into the sunset. That's what I would do. All right, hype train. Boop. Level 2? We almost got there. I know, it's a messed up start. What do we do? But anyway, still deserves a thank you. Oh, God, not this one. Oh, God. That one is terrible. Change it. Okay. Maryland, let's just move along to whatever we gotta do here. The wheel spin. All right, wheel spin's happening. Go.
What's the deal? Let's spin the wheel. 'Cause you want bingo. Let's go. Spin that freak wheel. Spin that freaking wheel.
Spinning a freaking wheel. Who knows what you're gonna get? Since you already won in the past, you already know the deal. If it's something that you already have, feel free to get it. For those who don't know, it's something from the itch.io shop. It could be movies, I don't know, music, comic book. Blue ink comic collection. That's a comic collection of everything done in blue ink because I ran out of black ink. What? We improvised. All right, let me get a code. Where's the code? Code. You should take one of the things off the shop so it'll be like an exclusive thing that they can only win on a wheel. That'd be kind of annoying though, right? People be like, dude, why'd you do that? I was going to buy that. And I'm like, oh, sorry. I was trying to be, you know. All right, boom. Sent you the link. Should be there. And I get to close tabs. Get out of here. Beautiful. Nice. All right. Now, I guess the ads are going to run. I'm not going anywhere just because I don't feel like it. I think I'll just sit here and have coffee. That's all I can do with my life. Pauline is tall. Pauline is damn tall, but I'm also short. Yeah.
42 moons.
42 moons. X-Mariner, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Now what, Pauline's like 8 feet or whatever because she's all spooky. Dude, I'm like 4'2". You know, it's like, eh. Yeah, dude, I have a problem when I go to like fairgrounds and stuff. They're like, kid. I'm like, stop calling me that, dude. I'm older than your grandmother. Let's get some coffee. 500, dude. The big 500. Yeah, 500 years old. Okay. Do. Is this coffee terrible? That's right. Actually, it gets better the more you drink of it. Hey, gifted a sub to Space Buckaroo. Thank you. Boop. Yeah, I feel like you should do some more work on me here. You got to make me look a little bit more fabulous, if you could. You know, I need some more definitive lines, as it were. PC, how's it going? Doing all right. We had a lot of running around to do, and it was annoying, and I'm still waiting back on phone calls. How long does it take to do a blood test, man? I could have done it in like 3 minutes. You know? They got to take your blood, and then they got to stare at it in the light, and then send it off to like some completely different part of the country to maybe put in a computer. Oh, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then they give you a report that you don't understand because you're not a medical person. So, you know. You see coffee card from school. Hey, there you go. Well, I got to mix them up. I can't be bringing out the Pauline cards here because it's just kind of, it's awkward. Yeah. We should do the Germain ones. You have some Germain ones, right? Did you ever show them? No, I don't think we did. I don't know. They're older AI ones, so they look dated, you know. Watching an old version of A Christmas Carol from, what? 1951. Wow. Yeah, that's one of those movies that I ran out of snoozes here, so we're going to have to let the ads run. Christmas Carol's been redone like so many times. The best version is Scrooged, okay? Best version. We should probably watch that tomorrow before the Game Awards. Oh, God, I got to deal with the Game Awards tomorrow. Oh, fuck. Just playing 7 Days to Die with a couple of mods. I think there's a mod where you can put VTuber characters in there. Or am I thinking of Valheim? I think it was Valheim. Valheim and Property Damage. You can get VTubers in there. You should do a throw me in a game VTuber kind of thing. But make me look good. All right. Muppets Christmas Carol. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time, so I don't know how it holds up to me, you know? But Scrooge I'll watch at least every couple of years, you know? They're all good, you know? Carol Kane is the one that just kept punching him in the face. It was hilarious. Alistair Sim plays a Scrooge. Watch his version every year. Nice. Yeah, your dentist keeps playing It's a Wonderful Life in the waiting room. Every year it's on. It's weird. That's the other thing we went to. We got to go to the dentist. Yay. Somebody needs to fix a tooth. Idiot. What? Frame rates. If it gets done with the fastest slow motion camera available at this time, it's called Operation blah blah. I've got a whole 500 or 700. Concrete 700. What are you? I covered the frame. Calculated minimum speed it would take to appear instead of frame calculated. That's a lot going on. I can't deal with all that. Boop. What? It's above my pay grade. No, I'm not going to calculate frame rates. I don't. To go to the dermatologist in the morning, may have surgery on my head. No, just as long as they don't take out your brain. So, thanks for the follow. I don't know what they're doing. Anytime I hear surgery on somebody's head, it makes me nervous. Yeah. Your head is very important. Yeah. There's so many good mods. If we can only find a cooking pot. Oh. They play this 1951 version on my local channel every Christmas Eve. Nice. There you go. It's weird that actual networks would still have that kind of sense of tradition anymore to play like holiday things. I think it was, I forget what network channel actually played the Charlie Brown Christmas special every year until Apple bought it. And I don't know what happens to it now. You know, I don't have network television anymore either. I don't have network television. I don't have cable. I basically have free streaming services and a bunch of Blu-rays. You know. What are we talking about? Space stuff here. It's a space race from like whenever. It's over. We won. It's good. Genetic recurrent. Oh, one of those cyst things. Condition that it's not the first time. She didn't have since the time though. Not being able to get my head wet for 3 days after. So gross. But stitches are fun. This is the thing. It's like every time you got stitches for something, you always come up with like a weird war story, you know, quote unquote, about how you got it. You know, broke up a bar fight. This guy hit me over the head in the chair, and then I had to smash the bottle against the thing. You know, he doesn't have any eyes now. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah. What? It makes your life seem more interesting, even though it may not be. Yeah. And you see me grab the card. Thank you. So many good mods. Neuralink. I feel like I would want that. Who was that? There was like a magician, right? Who ended up putting like some kind of thing in his hand, but it turned out it was also linked up to his crypto wallet, and now he can't remember the password. Some bizarre story. You missed my stretch. What? Come on, man. We got a mod going through surgery here. I'm not even looking at anything. That's the other thing you could say. You could be like, look, I was modding and getting surgery at the same time. So, you know, they were operating on my head. I couldn't call it all. Wolfgang, huh? Thank you for calling it. Oh, wait, let me check the card. Let me check my card. What do I got? Cards. All right, we got card. No bingo. God, never gonna happen. Does anybody know anybody who got Neuralink? I mean, I know it's not like Meta glasses where it's like you could come across somebody and be like, oh, dude, they got the Meta glasses. I mean, I don't really know anybody. I mean, what am I going to do with that? I think that would be the worst because at least I can forget my phone somewhere. You imagine getting constant text from an annoying, significant other, and you see it in the back of your eye, so you can't get rid of it. First guy was on Joe Rogan. Oh, maybe I'll actually watch that. All I've seen of Joe Rogan are clips. I've never actually sat and watched one of the whole things. Yeah. It's like, to get into politics and stuff. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Yeah. It's like, I can only do so much with that. Hey, gifted sub to Blue Moon. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Boom. Yeah, no, we're still working on, the other thing we're trying to do is still work on the way to get those animation files you were talking about with the Pum'Kin, the Unity 3D things into, or transfer or convert them into, what do you call it? .vrma files. It's very techie, annoying stuff, and I don't want to do it for each one, so we're trying to find a workaround where we can just batch convert. And no, I don't want to do coding and scripting and put everything into Unity because each one's dependent on a version of Unity that it was created in, and nobody marks these things, so I don't know. Yes, it's very boring. Let's see. Been getting a ton of spam calls recently. Run the same company multiple times. What? I've answered them and told them to remove me from the call list. You're still doing that? I'm now going through proceed with legal filings against it. This is now harassment. Because I just don't answer the phone. Here's the thing about phones. I basically allow only emergency contacts to call me. Anything else? Unless it's a government thing from FEMA, that kind of thing that'll just obliterate all that. Other than that, I get nothing. I'll look at my phone and there's like all these spam calls or whatever. I'm just like, whatever. Like, I don't care. I never answered them. It didn't bother me. That's just what I do. You could just waste their time like Kit Boga does, I wonder, I haven't watched Kit Boga in a bit. He was working on setting up an AI thing where AI would actually talk to him. Banana cat. Go.
Happy holidays. May your coffee be hot and your cream cheese bagel be delightful.
Ooh, that's what I need. I want a good cream cheese bagel. A really good one. Popcat. 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 Get on the wall. I know I'm being ridiculous today. Now I'm getting back in sync. Apple Cat. I only got so many. There you go, Apple Cat. You're up there preemptively. Thank you. What was the other thing? Oh, my train of thought. Oh no, we're getting into sync, so that's good. Shaking it off. Let's see. Also, hi, Wolfneck. Hi, what's up, kitties? Yeah, they're so adorable. We had to tape them to make sure they didn't leave. Oh, we did get to see a cool puppy when we went food shopping. Yeah.
Hope you're having a good day, Steve and chat.
Hey.
Mostly lurking today, so got you on the TV.
Thank you. Even lurking helps. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you. No, man. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know if this thing was because it was a little tiny dog. It was like a, what do they call them? Bitchin' Frizzies? Yeah. I don't know if it was a service dog or an emotional support dog. I didn't see any labeling, but the dog really wanted to be like, hey, what's up? So it's like we're sitting there, we're petting it and stuff like that. And the guy's looking at me like really annoyed. And I'm like, don't have a cute dog and expect me not to pet it. This is everyone's main gripe in video games. No, it's like, that's the thing. It's like, can I pet the dog? So as far as I'm concerned, the NPC, it was programmed into my, my daily adventure. Okay. And I got to pet the dog. He just seemed to like, And then he kind of ducked behind the aisle. I'm just like, you're letting your dog walk around a supermarket. You know? I'm like, God, you don't expect people to be like, it didn't have a sign on it, didn't say whatever. That I know if it was a seeing eye dog, I wouldn't have touched it, you know, but, you know, it was a regular dog. Game that has dogs or cats, they need to be able to get pet. Yep, it's a rule. It's a gaming rule. All right, let me get some more coffee. Coffee. Oh, God, Gora. What? Gora always looks so creepy. Hey, it's starting to get that skin tone right. Well, it's never mind. Dude, I couldn't even get my hand to function like that. Look at that. What happened to her eye? She's got green eye and pink eye. I think she was missing an arm too. You don't vet these very well, do you? That's the charm. Okay. Unless animals have a vest. Well, I had a little coat to keep warm. So it was kind of a vest, but it looked more fashionable, you know. I want a physical coffee card deck. Yeah, that's gonna be impossible. All right. I mean, I could probably get somebody, the one that has the Pumpkin Guy game. You could probably get them to print to order, but I don't know if that's gonna be any fun for anybody. You know. You want maybe if you pick out the good ones that don't look like they're all jank. Surface animals don't have to wear any badging. They are, nor are they required to wear a vest. Well, then what do we do? What do we do? What do you do when a dog comes up to you and wants to be pet? And it could or could not be a service dog. I'm not asking the owner, because if anybody needs a service pet, it's me. I'm so antisocial. I'll talk to the dog, not the owner. All right? I can be like, who's good? And the guy's like, excuse me. No, I'm talking to the dog. Talking to the dog. Who's a good baby? All right. That's my thing, man. Dogs are awesome. Cats are awesome. People, not so much. You know? If pet cats, in places I'm visiting has one. A pet cats. Oh, yeah. Dude, that was a cool thing about living in New York. Bodega cats. Dude, every place you went into, bodega cat. Yeah. I don't know if that's still a thing, because there was like legal thing where everyone's like, meh, 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 you know. Give me a stuff. I also got allergy crap happening too, so give me a sec. Here, stare at Gora or something for a little while. Ah, my nose. Ugh. That's terrible. What? Thanks for the follow. What's up? Wow. Considers having dogs in public that walk up to you. If they're trained service animals, they will lead you back to their owner. This was not. If anything, it seemed like it wanted to get away from the owner and continue hanging out with you. Because the owner started leaving, and the dog's like, come back. But if there isn't an owner telling you their service, please don't pet, but also doesn't take you to their owner, it's not like they service animal. Oh, okay. All right. That's good to know. I had no idea. I just assumed dog, pet, you know. Unless it's growling at me, I'm not going to be going, who's a good dog? You know, it's like I lose both my hands. Truth be told, I would rather be at home with my dog than around people. Yes, I would. First time chat, what's up? Cosmic Horrors. All right, dude, you are in the right place. I saw the post on YouTube and keep checking it out. I'm a fan of this girl. Nice. Thank you for putting up with it. New episode Friday. Thanks for putting up with our nonsense. We appreciate it. Here's a little different. I will swear if the pumpkin is here, he will not. So I will fuck around and say swear words all day. Plus, we go through a lot of news. So feel free to lurk or participate. Welcome. Let's see. Wow. Jeez. Bro, that was right in my face. There's such an off timing, isn't it? It's not like a comedic timing. It's like lizard, 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 lizard. And then you'd expect lizard, but it's like lizard, you know? It's an off timing. Comedy has a timing, and when it's off, it confuses me. Blizzard, what about them? Are we talking about the weather or the game developer? See, the world's gotten too complex. Yeah, it falls on an odd second. That's good, though. I'll give them that, because it's recognizable where you're like, lizard. No, I didn't say it. Okay. That's good, because it recognizes the predictability of comedic timing and then says, you know what? Fuck you. I'm not doing that. Like that. Go Team Venture. Are they ever bringing back the Venture Brothers? Were they going to do like a movie or something? What happened to that? Eddie Izzard, Gizzard, Lizard, Fizzard, Wizard. Go.
Also, I want to say while Jermaine was upset with Pilz-E this week, she should have at least acknowledged he tried. To be fair, lumber and lumber sound pretty similar if you're highly medicated, and I assume Pilz-E
is on speed. He's on all of things. All of it. Right. Pilz-E's fun. Pilz-E's fun. Squirrel, not so much. But Foamy. Foamy's so angry about everything. It's so weird. Lizard Wizard. Yeah, isn't there a wizard? I know there's a frog wizard. No, there's a frog wizard on X. He shows up every once in a while and blesses my timeline, apparently. I don't know if there's a lizard wizard. I feel like there would be. Venture Brothers could return as a comic series if the demand is there. Why does everything got to return as a comic series and not just a series? You know? Maybe you should do that, because you got so much backstory you got to do. You got to flesh out all this crap. You got so many characters that you've been working on in the background or have been there since the beginning that you've just never introduced to the series. And now it's just like, what the hell do we do with all this? Yeah. You still have Clippy bothering you. How do you have Clippy bothering you? Is that even possible? I assumed everyone moved on to those little anime desktop things in your corner. Comics are cheaper than animation. Not when we were looking around. Well, okay, technically it is. But, yo, dude, somebody draw a comic book, you know how much they want? I'm like, are you kidding? You get getting paid more than I do. Get out of here. You know? Because we still got to do the animation and everything and stuff like that. So it's like to split up our time. That's why the free ones we gave out they're rough. I mean, it's basically black and white ink with a bunch of pencils to give it shading. And I was like, you know, we did that in our spare time watching Twitch. Yeah. Webtoons. Yeah, we're on Webtoons, but, you know, it's like I'm having a problem with web comics in general. They're starting to get all very samey looking. There's either those really underdone kind of couple of panel, you know, social media comics that you see, or they all look very anime or kind of American anime, which you can kind of tell. And I'm like, is anybody going to do something different? Yeah. I need something different. I want to be punched in the eyeball and said, hey, wow, that looks different. You know, that's kind of what I want. And again, I'm not taking anything away from them. They're doing what they like to do, and that's great. And I hope all of them become very successful. It's just for my personal taste. I'm just like, meh, you know. Let's see. Oh, you got the plushie? Nice. Hey, see if you can dig out some of those for the 25th anniversary. Like put them up on a... See what the doctor says. Then we'll use them for a fundraiser or something. Don't mean you'll just made an animated comic strip. Animated comics are kind of...
Steve Joe Rogan Experience number 2167. Nolan, our boys, the newer link, write it down.
Oh, there you go. Really? Number 2167. Wow. Will I will write it down. Will I ever get to it? Who knows? That's the thing. I am writing it down with a pen. 2167. All right, I got it. Thank you. Ah, man. Let's see. American Girl Genius and Gunner Krieg Court, if you like science fiction. You know what I like? I like time. And that's what I need more of. You know? That's what I need. I need time to absorb all the stuff that not only have I accumulated over the last couple of years, that I've never gotten to. I also, like, I want to make free time to actually work on other stuff. The only way for me to do that is either to cut certain things off, do less, or, I mean, I don't even know. Maybe we should turn the stream into stuff that we look at. God, I would love to do that because I would like to just, you know, we could just go through all the Sailor Moon episodes I haven't gotten a chance to go through. You know, we do one a stream. That'd be fun. Clone yourself. God, I wish. I don't know. I mean, ideally, if we were big, we would hire people. I would totally hire people. You know, gotta be neural membrane implanted fifth. I found my Cartoon Network special 6-inch Space Ghost action figure, including STV Zorak Molter, still in the package. Nice. Check out the prices on eBay. It could be worth a lot of money. I don't know. Some stuff is, some stuff isn't. I have a Devil doll from Radiskull and Devil doll from back in the day. Apparently, that's like $100 plush. Yeah, I had no idea. They had comic books too. Slowly collecting them. Yeah, like whenever I have a low, I'm like, yeah, it's on eBay for a reasonable price. Hollering Elk on Reddit. The other thing about some web comics is, to me, they make absolutely no sense, and they don't poke at any part of my brain other than making an observation that is just so benign that I feel like I want to throw up. I'm not going to call people out, but go.
Hey, Steve, good to see you.
Glasgow.
Hope you're well, and the world treats you with kindness.
I don't know. The world is not known for treating me with kindness. If I had to give the world a Yelp review, I'd be like, 2.5 stars. You know, I wouldn't even make it to 3. You know, I don't know why. It's going for 65. What's going for 65? Oh, it is the toy. Nice, cool. There you go. See, that's the kind of stuff that you put on the side in case you need to make some money. Yep, get me out of this world. Yeah, but that's the other thing we also want to do is get into 3D printing. We also want to get into 3D sculpting so we can make 3D prints of whatever. Though you could make a 3D print of me relatively quickly. You could do that. You already have a little export for it, but I don't know if people would care about that. They'd probably want Gora instead. What? Dude, I'm just a little dude, bro. Little dude, bro. But, yeah. Then we want to do comic books and all this stuff. I mean, come on, dude. You're not immortal, all right? Neural brain. Yeah, I'm trying to think what would be the best way to kind of, I guess we would do comics. Oh, no, we're talking about the benign comic strips. Oh, yeah, no, some of them are just, it's just dreadful. Also, there's a lot of comic strips based on video game characters, and I'm like, well, you're not really creating anything, are you? Some of them are freaking funny and stuff like that if you know the games and references. But I have a problem using other people's content to actually make a series based on that. You're putting yourself in so much legal trouble there. Let's see. 3D Steve bobbleheads. I don't know. Maybe. You have to get one of me smiling, though, so you can show my teeth. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. But then when my head goes up and down, it looks like I'll be, biting into somebody's neck. It'd be fun. Just double scale the head and attach with a spring. Yeah. But then you got to paint them. Again, 3D printing isn't where I want it to be. Unless I get a resin printer, but then I don't have the ventilation for a resin printer, which is sad. But I finally arrived. What? I've been busy running on a machine, but not going anywhere. Treadmills. Yeah. We got an older one that still kind of works. We used it the other day. It was more like a stroll. We didn't jog. There's multiple material, extrusions, but it wastes material. Do any of them print in color? There are multicolor print ones. They're more expensive, and I haven't delved enough into it, but eventually they're going to be able to just do everything, because each part would be its own separate color. So, if the eyes need to be white, when it gets to that point, it'll start using white, and, it'll do what it do, and make sure everything's connected. So it'll get there. Yeah.
I wish I knew how to 3D print and mold ceramics, because I've had the idea of Foamy and German back to back with Pauline and PG with a spot for incense smoke coming out of the base, but I don't know the first thing of that.
It would be, if you don't know anything about 3D, I guess, modeling, it would probably be better to do sculpting. Basically, you make a sculpt and then you make a mold out of it, which we've done. It's surprisingly easier than you think. So you make the mold, you split the mold in half, and then you get these plastics that will, they're quick setting plastics that only take 7 minutes. You just mix them up and you pour them in there. And then it's just like, you just got to tap the mold every once in a while to try to get the air bubbles out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Thanks for the follow. And it's fun. It's fun, and it's a lot quicker than 3D printing, I'll tell you that. Everybody could do that, but what? Purge block for the wrong color as it switches from one color to the other. Oh, okay, so they already do it. Yeah, again, last time I looked into it was probably 7 months ago, maybe more. But yeah, I would want to get a full color one. Full color. Yeah. I want to get multicolor. I call it a multicolor 3D printer, and then we could do some serious crap, And you only need 3 for the squirrels. You just need gray, white, and green.
I just got curious. I think I know why Paramount wants to acquire Warner Brothers, so they can have the entire rank and base catalog that includes Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, and all of the stop-motion animation from that.
So they can have a monopoly of our childhood Christmas animation favorites. Well, Apple already did that. That's why all the Charlie Brown stuff is on Apple. What are you going to do? Well, I don't know if Paramount is necessarily in it, because now Netflix made an offer and technically Warner Brothers accepted, and then Paramount came in and they're just like, here's more money. So they're trying to do an aggressive takeover. Either way, though, it's not looking good. We have an article pulled up. It doesn't seem like the person in charge of Netflix is terribly interested in the gaming department of Warner Brothers. So don't get excited about another Arkham Batman or anything like that. You guys not just own all that stuff? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do own a lot of the classic Christmas stuff. But at a certain point, it's going to be more and more difficult to get. Thanks for the follow. It's a legend himself. That's you, I guess? Are you legendary? Nah. I would say more notorious. Foamy, not you. Okay. There you go. Hi, what's up? Hey, femboys, what's up? How's it going? I feel like I should change my costume now. But hold on, I'll do it because you're here. Plus, we get a costume change out of it. It'll be quick. Give me a second. What do we got? Yeah, all right, it's festive. It's kind of a Christmas thing. What's that? Hello? I'm not doing the whole stream like this. I'm just saying. I came prepared. Yeah. I really feel like I have to squint with the glasses up here because I can't really see chat now. Hi. All right, let me change back. All right, there you go. Stevie shows up. Boop. All right, let's see. Maybe I can meet you halfway. Let's see. This work? Boop. All right, there you go. A little bit more makeup. I still got the cute little bats on me, and I got my rings. I had to go back to the hoodie. It's more comfortable. Famous or infamous? That depends on the site, I suppose. I don't know. Not looking good at all. Yeah, no, so when it comes to the holiday specials and stuff like that, I do feel like if most people have them, I mean, we got all the Charlie Brown stuff. We even got the Garfield Halloween. You got all that weird crap back there, don't you? Yeah. And there's always a way to get it on the internet. What? Come on, man. Just, you know, pull up that Anchor and sail. All right, let me just get back to normal. Quote unquote normal. Normal is subjective. Okay. Let's see. What? Everybody's sense of normal is completely different. Card battle. All right. Who did it? All right, DJC, you got a roll equal to or greater than 14. 14. Sailing's how I met my wife. That's pretty good. 9. That's not a 14. That's not a 14. 9 is not 14. I don't care what new math you're learning, but still. You tried. Thank you. I appreciate it. I remember watching Foamy stuff back used to work IT back in the 2000s. Great stuff. Thank you. New episode Friday. I don't know why we keep putting out an episode every other week for the last 20-something years. You're too stubborn to take a break. There aren't a lot of Steve emotes. Well, it's usually the Pum'Kin. This whole thing started with the art stream first, then the Pum'Kin came out, and then the Pum'Kin did his thing, and then I showed up. I showed up late. I'm essentially the Ill Will Press intern. I just found out there's going to be a violent night, too. What? Why? God. There's always, I guess there's always going to be a sequel, you know? It's weird. Christmas horrors are really kind of getting more notoriety. That's the cool thing about horror people. Every holiday's a horror festival, you know? Yeah, Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving, you know, that kind of stuff. It's pretty good. The hate, gift of the sub, the Ryoga. Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. Same here. Get a sub. E. There you go. Where to leave off? Just got the Blu-ray of Ultraman series Xmas episodes. Nice. There you go. I didn't even know there was Christmas Ultraman episodes. What? Not really sub. What? It's still a sub. It's as much horror as my favorite X-Men movies, Gremlins. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing we got to watch. We got to watch Scrooge, Gremlins. What's the other one? Hey, Mr. Pont, thank you. Prime sub, 71 moons. Taking Bezos' money. Yoink. Nice. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a lot of moons. Yeah. I'd rather deal with more of the lighthearted horror. Again, I always need comedy in my horror. Gremlins 2 was technically Christmassy, right? I'm trying to remember, honestly. I saw it like a couple of times, but it didn't stick as much as the first one. There's like 30 different series since 1965. Wow. Some of the Xmas episode, so did Ramen. Ramen. Ranma. Bum, 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 bum. Write it down. Remember Gremlins. No, I think Gremlins 3 is still going to be a thing. What's up?
It's not horror, it's action. Basically, if Die Hard was a Christmas movie, and Home Alone traps were realistic.
Really? Huh. Interesting. All right, now I want to watch that. But horror is still big in Christmas. I think Terrifier did that, and they're just like, yeah, dude. 22 months. To neighbors, thank you. I appreciate 22 months. It's an anime show. Anime show. I know it's an anime show. I said ramen. All right, this is dyslexia. What am I going to do? All right, where's my coffee? Maybe that's what I need more of. Boop. It's dangerous to not have coffee. Take this. Oh, it's gone. Brain not work so good. Great. Do 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 do. Where did I leave off? I know it's moving over here, but every once in a while chat just stops on my end where I'm actually looking at it. And there we go. Oh God, what is this? This is gonna be that day, man. It's gonna be that day. Don said y'all didn't end up watching Gremlins the other night. We were thinking about it, but you know how he is. Work. It's always work. She also explained to you, it's like, hey, you know what? I got to just do one thing on a computer, and then 8 hours go by. Like, hello? Romance film. Oh, dude, yeah, My Bloody Valentine. That was actually pretty good. The original was all right, and then the remake was actually pretty decent, too. Surprisingly. Better Off Dead is a great Christmas movie. So's The Ref. I haven't seen The Ref in a while. We probably should because it's got Dennis Leary in it. Better Off Dead is Christmas? Maybe I'm getting that confused with the other John Cusack movie. What was the one with the Bobcat Goldthwait guy in it? I always get those two confused. There's Better Off Dead and... How are you doing that? You're taped to the wall. Oh, good. The one with the assassin? No, that's Gross Point Blank. That one I know. Jimmy.
Some lazy summer?
Some crazy summer. It was One Crazy Summer. There you go. One Crazy Summer. Thank you. Why do I get those two confused? Better Off the Dead is the one where he kept having like the drag race with the people in the car and want to sound like Howard Cosell or whatever it was. Yeah. And then they had to do the ski thing. The 80s was all about skiing for some reason. I don't know if it was just in a couple of movies or in a lot of movies. Everybody had to compete in a ski thing to save the lodge or something. Okay. Yeah, I want my $2. Okay, there you go. It's weird. Sometimes early Cusack movies, they just all meld together. You know? I don't know why. It's just because it's like John Cusack doing John Cusack things. Yeah. Or a bobsled team. Yeah. Or a yacht race, which was One Crazy Summer, now that I remember. Yeah. But they had to do a yacht race so they could save some girl's grandfather's home from being demolished so the guy could put some kind of thing there. But, yeah, the guy who put the lobster in the boiling water and then put a stethoscope up to the pot to hear it scream, like that's pretty dark back then, dude. That I distinctly remember. You know, I was like, wow, this guy is messed up. I want to hear the screams in the boiling water. He doesn't actually say that. They allude to it. It's pretty funny. Yeah, what other weird John Cusack movies were there? I think both of them had like animation sequences in there, and that's probably why I get them mixed up. Because in One Crazy Summer, he was like an artist, and he was doing kind of like doodles, and then the doodles would kind of come to life, and it would tell a little story. And I feel like Better Off Dead had animated sequences. That's probably why I get the two confused. Could I ask you a hypothetical question? The question is, which would you choose? 5 million, but have to spend it in 5 months. I have time frozen around you, and what? And have time frozen around you, and 2 friends not aging for 20 years. How to choose 20 years because I could master up to 10... What? Master up to 10 skills in 20 years. You'd be really surprised how quickly 20 years goes by. 5 million, but have to spend it in 5 months. Or have time frozen around you. And 2 friends. Well, I don't have 2 friends. So I don't know if that would... Not aging for 20 years. Well, I would say not aging for 20 years because I feel like that would be a boon. But I could totally spend 5 million. You know what? You know what I could do with 5 million? I could spend 5 million in about 5 hours. Because technically buying stocks is spending 5 million. What? So, dude, it's an investment, you know? Technically, a purchase of sale went through, right? That's what I didn't get it. But even as a kid, what was there was Brewster's Millions with what's his face, Richard Pryor. It's like you got to spend this amount of money, and it's like just buy stock, bro. It's technically a point of sale. The money has been used to purchase said item. It is gone. Yeah. 5 million would make the next 20 plus years amazing. Yeah, assuming you live that long, you know? That's one of those things. 20 years can feel like a blink and a quick nap between events. Yeah, that's kind of what we're feeling right now. Realize it's creeping up on 25 years. You're like, God, I just feel like I posted my first episode on Newgrounds. Well, that's also the dangers of basically living and doing the same thing literally every day. You know, you get into that routine and then nothing breaks that up. And before you know it, a lot of time goes by. You're just like, oh, shit. Yeah. Assistant Gross Point Blank. What? Dousing the Office classic. Yeah. What's her face? Another Cusack. Joan Cusack. She was also in High Fidelity. That's literally one of my favorite John Cusack films. He's so good in that. And it's a good story. Plus, you got Jack Black in there. The other dude is pretty good. There's a couple little guest appearances by people. And Tim Robbins is completely unlikable in that film. And just about every other film I've seen him in. Tim Robbins has that Woody Harrelson effect to me. Also, I forget the name of the other actor that every time I see them, I'm just like, no, you know, I know what it is. Going to be 33 this Tuesday. Nice. I was born in February. Please don't bring me down. What? Bringing up time? What? Time? There was time now. It's better to be aware of time rather than not be aware of it. You know, every moment is precious. Give or take. What? I would not spend the 5 million. I would just live off the interest. Jonah Hill. Yeah, they're up there. Jonah Hill and who's Seth Rogen? For some reason, the two of those, you put them both in the same movie. That is like, I will never watch that, even at gunpoint. Like that, can't do it. Stipulation Brewster's Million that there was never, whatever he purchased could not yield investments to make money. He had to spend it. He could not yield investments. Okay, well then, the concept of investments is vague, though. See, I'd be that person arguing loopholes all day. Because then here's the thing. If you buy a stock, right, of a company that's going down, technically it's not yielding investment. Or you buy a stock that doesn't pay dividends, which is a lot of them now, apparently. And then you're literally losing money. So technically you're not making an investment and you're not, you know, yielding profit. But you still retain something. Even if you buy a car, I mean, you could buy a classic car. It could accrue in value or it could just get demolished in 5 minutes. It's all subjective. Yeah. For that, I would just buy a bunch of meal. If I had to do $5 million and hypothetically, stocks off the table. Can't do it. You can't invest in Pokemon cards or anything like that. I would literally just buy a bunch of food for homeless people. I would do that every day. You could spend a lot. I'm talking about I will take them all to an expensive Whole Foods place. And I'll be like, you know what? Everybody buy whatever you want. Just send me the bill. That's it. Would donate to charity count? I don't know. He gambled lots of it. 50-50 odds. Where are you going that there's 50-50 odds? I would love a casino with 50-50 odds. Yeah. Blackjack is the only game. It's the only game you might have a chance. Yeah. Spending $1 million is easy. Just go to a Mercedes dealership and buy them out. Right? I would not spend the 5 million. I would like, that must be amazing. Like, I don't know anybody personally super wealthy, but like, imagine having so much wealth that you don't have to work or even worry about what you're doing with that millions and millions of dollars, because that money is earning you money so you can just do whatever you want. That's insane to me. That is an astounding prospect. I would love to do that. How do I do that? That is really insane that like there is that realm of wealth where you're like, I literally don't have to work ever again. And then everything you do for fun is just because you want to do it. That's crazy. I got a hangnail. I got a clip. Give me a second. Where is it? This one's going to be difficult. All right, I got it. Nah, these things happen every once in a while. It's a pain, especially when the weather gets dry. It's like all of a sudden skin decides to split. Let's see. Card machines on blackjack are rigged. Well, they didn't used to be. There used to be a shot. I mean, I haven't been to a casino in 15 years, I think. And it was like, it was flashy, it was loud, and I even felt money leaving my wallet as I was not gambling. Yeah, just like breathing in there cost money. They had excellent coffee, though. I will say it's probably the best coffee I've ever had. I don't know what they did to it, but yo, that casino had the best coffee. I literally, I think I had like 12 cups. It was so good. I'd buy a house and instruments. Oh, there you go. Or get medical procedure without insurance. Right? You imagine? You imagine being able to get a medical procedure without insurance. You know? Dude, that'd be awesome. You just walk up to any surgeon and be like, yeah, what about this thing to make me look like a really attractive TikToker? How much does that cost? Oh, God. Well, considering how you look, probably like $2 million. All right, schedule me for Tuesday. They'd be like, what? 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 Yeah, exactly. Just do it. All right. You know? And then you could just do TikTok videos like what, $1.2 million can make you look like after this, right? What's up? Snow White High, welcome back. Was dealer at one time. Nice. I just buy multiple properties. It's not an investment if I plan to use them all for myself. There you go. You got your summer home and your Monday home and your winter home and your Tuesday home and your Wednesday home. Yeah. Saw my bills and what got deducted. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Like if you look at deductions on a medical bill and you're like, there's no way this stuff costs this much. There's no way. There is some overinflated prices that are absolutely astoundingly criminal. And I'm just like, why does an anesthesiologist need to get paid like $15,000? I'm like, excuse me, what? Had to feed Earl. My name is Earl. He's having chickens and livers. I feel like they're big enough to go out and maul somebody for those chicken, for the livers. Like if you want liver, you got to go get them yourself. All the yachts in the harbor and buy the harbor too. Wouldn't that be cool to just own a lake? I don't know if that's possible though. Think he couldn't give it away. Oh, he couldn't give it away? In a movie, he couldn't give it away. Yeah, Brewster's Millions. I had no idea that was a remake of an older movie. Yeah.
If I had the money to do it, I would open a car factory using outdated patents to bring classic car designs like Roadsters and the Hudson Hornet into modern day with modern tech and safety.
That's an excellent idea. Holy crap, that would be a good idea. Elon, you're a trillionaire, right? Yo, classic cars with modern amenities. They all don't have to look like trash cans, okay? Bro, that's what I would be doing. I have an affinity for classic cars, and I don't even have a license. They were stylish and beautiful, and I have not said that about a car in decades. I have not seen a car that I'm like, wow, that's interesting. What is sea bass, lobster, mussels, squid, mackerel, crab? Oh my God. That is a lot of good food for a cat. Wow. Huh. Good for you. You can own a lake or you can buy enough land to build a lake. Some people do to buy a property with a lake and make the lake bigger. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can. But would I want to own a lake? I feel like that's a water hazard. You can't have grain, gluten, or dairy. What? What's up? Mad, hi. How's it going? Needing a break from work for a bit. Yep. Work will do that. It's like one of my cousins. Can't have gluten or dairy. No gluten. 2025 muscle car factory would be sweet. That would be. Yeah. I know like they make cars to be more aerodynamic and all this other stuff now, but they all look so plain. They look plain. They don't even look futuristic. They look boring. They look like a pair of khaki pants you'd buy at an Old Navy or a Gap, you know, in vehicular form. They're the most plainest white bread looking cars, you know, much like everything else. You got to give it to the modders, and then, you know, things look better. And it can bounce up and down to get the cool rims and all the lighting. Did we get the package? Timmy, no, we haven't got to the post office. We'll probably go tomorrow. Tomorrow, maybe. Assuming the weather's not weird. No, we got rain. That stuff turns into ice like that. So we'll see. We'll try. We'll try. Thank you. I appreciate it. Go to the post office, man. I think we got to mail out something anyway, so somewhere. Colored marshmallows on wheels. Too much tech in most of them. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day where it's just like, I don't like all the tech in newer cars because you're too distracted by all the screens. You know? It's just give me knobs and buttons. Yeah. Candy-colored velour cars. Yes, I want plush interior. What? Lots of snow here? Got a snow day. Wow, you got that much snow? You got a snow day? Dude, I haven't had a snow day in forever. Huh. The backside of the weapon with a paint peeling. What? There's grains, gluten, or dairy. Towards up on there. Oh, man. Dude. No. Austin Haley, 2025 model. Burn. What side of my face is not? Left side of your face. Can't wait to eat and drink. That's Sears deep cleaning, which required needles. Oh, they use those, what the hell is they called? Not a water pick. It's called something else. No, Dawn had that once. Gavatron? I wanted to say Galvatron because my brain is stuck on Transformers for some reason. It was a Gavatron, right? Yeah, I think that's what they're called. But no, it's not fun. None of those things are. 9-foot blizzard. I still need to get to work or get fired. Yeah, right? Especially if you work retail, because that's super important. Transforms your teeth. Gabapentin. No, gabapentins is they do, it's a thing to kind of relax stuff. They also give it to people, too. But, yeah, pets can sometimes take that to de-stress. It's actually, got him, no one else again. Stop thinking. About to return to humane society. Return. Really? Wow. It's like previous owners didn't even try. Thank you for trying. You know how many people would pay a fair amount for a simple, reliable car that looks like Doc from Pixar Cars? Well, I don't want the googly eyes on it. I drive a school bus, so I get... Oh, there you go. There you go. If you drive a school bus, then it's like, yeah, it's closed. My new to me car is 20 years old. I don't want anything newer than like a 2010. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. And the newer the car, the more ridiculous I find the interiors. I'm like, I look at them, I'm like, I don't need to be on the Enterprise. I don't need a co-pilot here. I don't need to be the person in the back saying, engage, just to turn on the radio. It's stupid. Yeah. My favorite sport animal couldn't have corn. My niece's cat couldn't have salmon or any fish. Super used to special needs cats. Oh, at least you're prepared for it. Yeah. At least that Ford Escape. Perfect for my music ear. There was a car called the Ford Escape. I feel like it should be have 4 ejection seats for the whole family. And you're about to get into an accident. You look at your significant other, and that's why I got the Ford Escape. And then everybody gets ejected up into the air before the car hits like a gas tanker and everything explodes. But it's okay. You're parachuting to where your final destination was anyway, which is a fairgrounds serving all sorts of strawberries and treats. That's the ad. This is why I'm not in advertising, because that's the ad I would come up with. And then everyone no, this car doesn't have ejection seats. Well, why are you calling it the Escape? You want to escape everyday life and enjoy, the outdoors or something. No. Ejection seats. Put this back in the factory. The ad's already done. Fix it. Okay, if you order a 40-year-old Escort off the car listings. Yeah, I would be a little worried about that. Escort is a better name. Well, only if it came with one. Let's say, is it the Escape a hybrid or EV? I have no idea. I want my Escort to be under 30. No, you're gonna get the older model that's like 67. I'm gonna get some coffee. They'll have a cigarette dangling out of their mouth. Hey, hon, where are we going tonight? Oh, jeez. Oh, this is an old Escort. All right, that's a spicy card. We'll call spicy. There's a lot of this. It's a cheeky card. It's cheeky.
It's a raid. Destroy
It's a
them all
raid.
with kawaii hugs and treats.
Thank you, Adam. Hope you're doing well. Wow, I got no bingo since then. What the hell, bro? Oh, I like all the weird stuff in the background here. That's cool. All right, there we go. Good.
Not another escort mission.
Not another escort mission. That's what I would do if I was working on a Saints Row. You call it escort mission, but it's like a chain-smoking escort that sounds like an old diner waitress. Oh, we got to do this escort mission. Hold on, let me just light this one up here. All right, hon, wherever we're going, let's go. That'd be good. 75 viewers, thank you. Welcome, everybody. That's Sidewinder missiles and bulletproof windows. That's what I want, But we'll see if Honda makes one of those things. I need the Honda, don't blow me up, bro, kind of car. 6 to get Metroid Prime 4 tomorrow. Oh, yeah, it's coming out, right? Or did it come out already? No, I think I saw people play. People were like, all right, it's cool. Well, you always have those people who are like, it's not good, because people are like that. I'm playing until Friday or so. Some people are just being petty about the game, though. Yeah. Hey, they won. Nice. Schmitty. No, because the Metroid game came out, and there were people who were like, oh, good, it's good. It's a good Metroid game. And then there's always that group of people, because everyone's talking about the game, to get that clickbait and be like, dude, it's trash, bro. So it's like, let people enjoy stuff. We've done a wheel spin. Yes, we did. We did a wheel spin. Yeah, I'm sure I messed up somebody's name. What's the 4th cat you taped up, Steve? One at the far left. Far left. My left or your left? Because this is my left. Far left, that's Screeching Cat, and then that's Pop Cat. I don't know what it's called. Screechy Yelly Cat. From what I heard, some people liked Prime 4 and some didn't, thinking it was a little disappointing. But everybody always has this overestimation and over expectations of what should actually happen or how a game should actually be. You know, it's like they put all these like hopes.
Stage right where you left it.
I don't know where I left it. We got ads. I can't do anything about it. We got a minute on that. Thank you. And thank you. No, but a lot of people put too much pressure on a game and then they're disappointed no matter what you give them. I guarantee you when GTA 6 comes out, people are going to complain about it. They'll be like, you know, this game doesn't believe me there. You know, and I'm like, oh, God, dude, come on. I've worked on this for like 12 years. I will say the only thing that worries me about... Go. Timmy! You got to roll! Equal to or greater than... 14, but it's a shiny. $18, nice. All right, pick a number, any number. You don't even need the extra spin. Nice. Cool. Plus, we missed the thing, so while you pick a number, and everything refreshes apparently. Right there. There you go.
There's a desert hub area that doesn't have music at first. You can either use Amiibo to unlock the music quickly, or 100% the game. So everyone is calling it trash because one area has an admittedly bad design.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's internet. They do one thing they don't like. It's like, it's trash, bro. All right. Timmy, pick a number, any number. Oh, you already won bingo. What are you doing? What do we got? Still got to pick a number, or if you already won and you want me to do random, I could do that. 13. Number 13. What do we got? Vtuber glitches. Oh, it was already called. Okay, cool. I wasn't even paying attention. Dude, nice. Thank you. Ads are running. That's the futility of the world. There's no escaping it. Yeah, that's how we won. All right. Where did I miss it when he said 13? I see the roll, and then I see 13. All right. Guess I'm on a different timeline, apparently. I don't know. Damn those ads. I don't know. We'll see what happens with the Metroid Prime. People are still going to buy it, though. Yeah. Icarus won. Nice. I was on it. You're always on it. You're good like that. Grab next card. Nice. Should I hydrate? I feel like I should, right? Hydrate? Hydrate? Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. I got like 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll hydrate. What? 2 minutes for ads, dude. What am I going to do? Know what I don't like? I got this power bank. Okay, here's the thing. Short story, but not really. I had this old
jiggly butt. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Look at it. Look at my jiggly butt. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Thank you.
It's beautiful. Jiggle, jiggle.
Thank you. We had this old power bank, right? Old power bank. Old, right? So old, it somehow ended up getting recalled. So in the recall, they're like, bro, you know, we'll send you a new thing. And I'm like, okay, cool. Send me a new thing, right? So they send me a new thing. And I'm happy about that because they sent me a new one. However, this new thing isn't as good as the old thing. The old thing was awesome. This thing would hold a charge like you wouldn't believe. I'm talking about days. It would charge my phone like 5 times. Don't ask me how. This thing was magic. Okay, the new one that I get barely runs a little USB fan for more than a half hour before it's like, wow, you would charge me here? And then it takes forever to charge. I've had this thing plugged in for an hour and it's at 31% from 0. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why is technology getting worse? One of the Anchor power banks? Yeah, one of the Anchor ones. Dude, the older one was freaking amazing. I'm like, why did this... Was it recalled because it was too good? Yo, people aren't even buying new Anchor power batteries because... Yeah. Get a speed charger. What? We're using a USB-C, my dude. Come on. What do you think? I got plugged into like a 91 USB 1.0 and I'm just like, yeah, let's go. You know, this isn't working. This is not good. I feel like I should be like, yeah, the one that you sent me back, it's garbage. Yeah. USB-C means jack, bleep. Well, the cable's good. It's not a garbage cable. It's plugged directly in. Who's a good kitty? Thank you. Most dangerous cat. USB-C usually charges everything fast. It does everything else that I plug it into. It's just this one is just like, yeah, we're doing it. You know? Hold on, boss. I'm taking a 10-minute break. Union rules. That's my power bank right now. Water, sure. Filtered water. What? I got triple filtered water because I'm a paranoid freak. Let's see. 3 ground coffee beans. I always filter water. I filter my filtered water. I literally filter distilled water. I don't know what's wrong with me. Charging speed is also dependent on your charger. Fast. That's the thing. It's literally plugged in. It's USB to USB-C. They're literally both ends are USB-C, and it's plugged into the 2.A whatever, the 2 amp USB thing. This thing is just slow charge gob. There's a possibility that the cable ain't great, but it's worked with everything else. Yeah. USB standard doesn't define how fast it charges. Well, it charges faster with everything else I plugged into. Not this. Not this. No, as far as I know, the wiring is basically as good as it gets. Yeah, it's not like we're running on old tech, you know. That's relatively good. What are you gonna do? Bump, 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 bump. The computers run off tears, dreams, and hopes of orphans. Oh, God. I feel like that's partially true, especially when something goes wrong. What's the voltage? Big. What? That's like 240, right? I don't know. The electrician that we saw when, yeah, they were like, it's good. I'm like, all right. No, we actually had somebody test everything, dude. I'm not moving in someplace. But whatever. I'll figure it out. I'll send them an email. It could just be a faulty battery thing. I don't know. Am I going to check out Scream 7? Yeah, probably when it gets on streaming or something. I ain't a theater guy anymore. Can't deal with that. Check the charging brick. 36 watts or better. It's what? The voltage on his charger. No, okay, here's the thing. I'm literally, it's plugged in to one of those, what the hell is it called? Surge protector things that has actual high voltage for fast charging. Like, that's the thing. And like I said, I have like 4 or 5 of these battery packs, and they all charge a lot freaking faster than this piece of crap. So it's probably not the wire. It's probably not the wiring. It's probably not the charger. It's probably the battery pack. It's process of elimination. Next week is the week of trailers. All the good ones will be what? There's an IMAX Avatar. In IMAX? Avatar 3. Oh, God, that's right. Avatar 3 is coming out. They put out so many movies during Christmas. Like, I feel like a lot of people would spend time and hang out with their families on Christmas. And then it's like, that used to be a thing. Nobody ever went to a movie theater, but now it's just like half the country goes to the movie theaters. It's really weird. I want to see Scream, Mario, and a few others in theaters, but I won't be that guy who drags his baby to the movies. Thank you. That's the last thing you need is a crying kid in Mario Brothers movie. A lot of people spend time together at the movies. Yeah, but they spend time just staring at a screen. For that, everyone stay at home. You can use the bathroom and pause it whenever you want. Yeah. People want to be with family? Okay, I guess it depends on the family. Yeah. Your family's still all right. You know, you guys talk about stuff civilized. Nobody throws turkey legs at each other. It's pretty good. Just sort of silly, messed up dad joke about coffee. What? It almost doesn't make any sense to me. Does that make sense? Could be my dyslexia. It's not clicking in my head. Dude, I don't know. Movies are fine if you bring some, what? Chloroform in a spray bottle. Yeah, just turn around and be like, yeah, and everyone just passes out. Yeah, what the hell's else coming out? There's supposed to be, you know what's doing phenomenally well in the movies is Zootopia 2. I am surprised how well that's doing, honestly. It's at like $900 million. How? I feel like I'm doing everything wrong in my life. Oh, God. What got that? I gotta say about American beer. Read that. Batteries being guilty of being lame. Yep. 33% right now. Dude, it's been like 40 minutes, dude. I have this disdain for technology that can't work fast. Okay? I really do. Whether it's a Windows update that takes forever to restart and it's like, we're getting your updates ready. 33%. Oh my God. It infuriates me that load screens playing a game. Anything more than like a half a second aggravates the hell out of me. I'm like, this is technology. It should be working quicker. You know? Even at this point, I'm not even joking about this. I am not even joking about this. As quick as AI is, it is frustratingly slow for me. It works faster than I can, but I want it to work faster. I want it to work faster. I don't know. Topia 2 is doing well. Good for KU Quan. Yeah, so far so good. I also refer to decaf as broken coffee. It is broken coffee. If you put two different grounds, coffee grounds next to each other, I will be able to tell by smell which one is decaf. It has a particular odor of failure that is, it's indelible from the scent. You know, it's so aggravating to me that it exists. Because here's the thing, decaf doesn't necessarily taste good. You know, like I do like the flavor of coffee. So when I drink decaf, that flavor is not there and it makes me upset. You know? I can smell it when it's brewed. I'm just like, that's decaf. Get it out of here. Yeah. It's like alcohol-free beer. I don't know if I would like alcohol-free beer. What does it even taste like? Does it taste like beer? Maybe that's what we should do. Well, I'll try. Here's the thing. I never drink beer. I don't think I think I've had a sip of beer once in my entire existence, and I didn't like it. I've had more wine than beer, and even wine for me is kind of intolerable. So I don't know. Alcohol-free beer, what is it? Alcohol-free Heineken ain't bad. Well, what does it taste like? Does it still taste like beer? Because then I won't drink it. I'm not going to waste the calories. Yeah. I drink decaf coffee to stay regular. Doesn't the caffeine usually help push that stuff through? I feel like that's what does. It gets your system all hyped up and are like, all right, we're going to go right now. You know. Let me get some coffee. I hope Dawn. Let's see if I can get her in here for something. I think she has headphones on. She's supposed to be playing a game, but I think she's just working on the stream. I think so. And alcohol beer does have an alcohol in it. It's just a very small amount. It'd be like 1% alcohol by value. Normal beer is like 25 to 30%, if remembering that right. Huh. Oh, you don't need a caffeine for that? Oh, okay. Good to know. for when my doctor inevitably says, you know, you're very anxious and you probably have hypertension. You want to cut down on the caffeine? I'm like, okay. What's up, Ezra? Hi. Decaffeinated coffee or non-alcoholic alcohol is like synthahol from Star Trek. Yeah, weren't they miserable about that? Where it's like, you know, Picard was drinking wine or something, and it's like, yeah, it's wine. What do you do with that? Of course, there aren't like, you know, DoorDash for the Enterprise. It's not like you can get wine delivered.
Do you need to be 21 or older to purchase?
I don't know. I don't think you do. Right? No, if it's non-alcoholic, you don't need to even be showing ID, right? You could be the cool kid at the party and just buy all the alcohol-free alcohol and just be like, look at all the beer I got, dude. Then you're the one that pretends that they're drunk because they had so much, man. Dude, I drank so much. I'm so messed up. Yeah, that's alcohol-free. The mind is a very powerful thing. My wife drinks it because she likes coffee, but is weak to the effects of caffeine. What? A cup after 9 will keep her up all night. God, I wish that was the case. Dude, I can tell you in a day, I can have 94 ounces of coffee. And I'm doing the math in my head right now based on the cups that we actually drink. And nothing. It does nothing to me. I don't even get jittery. It's bizarre. I would love to get to that point where I drink a cup of coffee and I am wired for hours. I would love that. I only think the only thing that would help right now is like speed. Okay. No, I'm not doing that either. But that's when coffee is useful, you know. Coffee has certain tannins, antioxidants that cause diuretic effect. It's diuretic. Diuretics by L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, doesn't that like raise or lower your blood sugar or something like that? Yeah, it's something like that, right? Time to start cocaine. Just mix it into coffee grounds. Brew it. Your brain chemistry must be immune to it at this point. Maybe, I guess. Non-alcohol is up to 0.5. ABV alcohol free is 0%. Only 8 states allow you to buy non-alcohol beer under 21. Only 8 states? Those are the cool states, right? It better be New York. New York's got so many problems right now. At least make the kids seem cool. Brew coffee or Red Bull. Well, the thing is, at a certain point, it's like too much caffeine can actually really bother you, whether you're into it or not. You know, neurodivergents are also less sensitive to caffeine than neurotypicals. Oh God, that's my problem. God. You either have ADHD or massive immunity from I would assume ADHD. That's honestly. Right. No, we never got a test for it because I was like, hey, I don't fucking care. Like, I'm not going to sit there in office to tell somebody to say, well, you have an attention deficit disorder. Well, no fucking kidding me. I wasn't paying attention to anything you were saying. Fuck off. Get me the hell out of here. Yeah. Right. Well, we can give you this, and this. No, and fuck yourself. Yeah. I don't like it. I'm trying to use all my ADHD powers for good. All right. I'm not going to have them tamped down by the big farm. Wife is still happy moving here. Toronto from Poughkeepsie. Poughkeepsie. What's it like up there? You having fun? Huh. Isn't it expensive though? I thought Toronto was expensive. Unless there's a dollar exchange rate. That's kind of weird. Fairly easy to get a prescription for Adderall. Yeah, I feel like if I just start wandering around and looking at stuff, they'd be like, yeah, do you have ADHD? I'm like, what? Do you have ADHD? What is that? Like a video game or something? Dude, you ever play games? And they'll just go on a tangent and they'll be like, all right, you probably have ADHD. We could give you some Adderall. What is that? Like a calculator? ADHD can be used for good. Okay, here's how you weaponize ADHD. Okay. Whatever you're focused on, because people with ADHD, they're not necessarily scatterbrained. Some of them are. Some of them are very unorganized, but some of them are very focused. And when they get fixated on something, they get fixated on something. This is kind of why we've been doing what we do for 20-something years. We are still fixated on it. We are, I would say, neurologically wired to keep making stuff that we like making. You know, I'll take it, you know, because here's the thing. If somebody gives me medication to say, you know what, working on all this stuff isn't as fun as you think it is. I'm like, you will see how quickly I shut down and just be like, yeah, no, I'm not streaming today. No cartoon. No, I'm going to work at McDonald's for $28 an hour. Like, legit. So just let me have the ADHD. It's like why we make so much stuff. That's why we work 14 hours a day, because it's fun, apparently. I don't know. ADHD is a new Konami code. Yeah. I was like, you know, it's never existed when I was, yeah, it used to just be ADD. And then they threw the H in there later. The H. They just stamped me with ADD. Glad they never subtracted, right? Spend more time out of the office. Yeah, no. You don't want me doing that. No, because every once in a while when I do take a break, which is few and far between, it gets harder to get back into work. Because when you realize there's other things you could be doing, you're like, all right, hold on. Let me get chained back into the desk. All right, now I got to be creative. Here's the pen. Oh, God. Oh. All right. What's the squirrel angry about this week? All right. Angry. Okay. You know, it's a thing. And usually if you're a creative person, the hardest thing to do is to start a project. Once you get started, you're good, right? But I feel that way about IRL stuff. The worst thing for me to do is to try to start something. You know, so it's like I tend to not like being distracted because that distraction could lead towards a whole other thing, you know? It's like we got distracted with making music and stuff now because of all the robots that are out there. Yo, my God, as much as I love doing that, it's a huge distraction. And then I'm looking at animation. I'm like, God, can we speed this up somehow? Right? But then it's like, but you like doing it and having that nuanced, weird little thing that you do. And it's like, all right, cool, blah, 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 blah. But we could do this way. You know, it's like, it's ridiculous. Waffle House, battle tested. Indeed. Yeah, Waffle House is still a thing, right? Oh, what was that place that's closing a bunch of stores? Denny's. Yo, Denny's is closing a bunch of places. Not Denny's. Dude, that's the one place you go to 24 hours a day. You hang out there, you talk to your people, all that other stuff. New follow, what's up? How's it going? Dude, Denny's. Momentum and inertia, but for skills and interests. Yes. Your local Denny's is fine? Cool. No, but a couple of them were closing, and I'm just like, really? Yeah. But, you know, it's one of those clickbait things where they're like, dude, is a Denny's location closing near you? I'm like, I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm not paying $15 for an omelet. I had a shrink tell me my hyper-focus on my art was due to ADHD. I proved him right by going full cycle ape on. You let me go. Oh, God. But that's the thing. All right, then you completely understand. If you're super focused on something, you know, there's a benefit to it. And I feel like a lot of speedrunners in the gaming community definitely have ADHD. There's no question about it. Go.
Ad is under attention deficit disorder. We just can't focus. Every now and then we decide to learn how to blank fill in the blank and then hyper focus on the task, or that still or anywhere from 3 hours to 3 months. Some people
learn how to knit in like 2 hours, and then we get reasonably good at it and get bored, and that's how we become a jack of all trades, but a master of nothing. But still much better than a master, what? Master of one? Master of none? Yeah, I mean, dude, that happened with you, and like when you're talking about the sculpting and, you know, molding and all that stuff, we got really good at it in about a week. And then we're like, all right, cool. You know, you made so many of these things, but now it's like you still have the cleanup process that you have to do, and you're like, no, we're good. They're just sitting there in a drawer. And then we moved on to something else. But hey, I know how to do it. Not a master by any means, but I can help out somebody who isn't. Then is where we 16-year-olds would chug coffee, smoke, and write poetry for hours. Guess that's out of fashion now. I don't know if people know how to write anymore. People are creating poetry with ChatGPT. Oh, I'm so depressed. ChatGPT, write me something. I'm so depressed. Write me a poem. Yeah, it writes it up, and then you read it back, and you're like, "This is how I feel." A robot told me. I'd be like, "Oh, you suck." 3 months, 50,000 hours. One free to play game I focused on. Yeah, dude, that's kind of like definitely a thing. You can get good at it though. We play a lot of free to play, like the Hoyoverse and the games, and then the oh god, what is it? Chaos Nightmare Zero or whatever the hell it's called. And if you get focused on it, it's kind of fun because then you try to learn the system and get into it. Well, I guess it's different for everybody. Yeah, some people focus on the characters, some people focus on the mechanics. You know, it's kind of that thing. But you know, like speedrunners, like I was saying, it's just like they are just so focused, especially on that one game where they play it over and over and over again and get really good at it constantly, every day, forever. I've seen some speedrunners still working on a game to, you know, shave a half a second, you know, off their time. And they've been doing this for years, like literally 10 years. And I'm like, oh my God. But I get it, you know. Try to find it, share, chat. Yeah. Are teens even creative anymore? I think some of them are, and then some of them like just goofing off with AI stuff, you know. At this point, I don't think people even care, you know. It's like I don't think they claim to care, but they really don't. They're taking Genshin Impact off the PlayStation 4 to promote the PlayStation 5. Yeah, I figured that would be the case eventually. It could totally run on the PS4. There's no reason why they should take it off the PS4. You know, it's not like it's doing anything. If it could run on my phone, it could run on the PS4. Right? Yeah. It's not even being offline. It's being sunsetted. Like the Switch 1. That term is, here's one of those things where I start swearing a lot. That term is fucking annoying. There's all these little fucking terms that they put. Instead of end of life, it's EOL. You know, because then you got to look it up. End of life. Oh, God, it's going to die. And then they removed end of life to just say sunsetting. You know? It's this weird corporate phrasing of we're going to kill the thing you like playing. Fuck yourself. It's sunsetted. I'm sorry, we're going to sunset the console. What the fuck does that mean? Is it going to work better at night? What I don't know. What does that mean? Fuck. Hate it. Market share. Also support a 12-year-old platform. Why not? Like, why not? I don't know. More players? Yeah. I could see if you know, PlayStation's like, you know, come on, guys, you got to keep supporting the PS3. No. But I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. My PS4 is on OS 9, so I can't go online with it anyway. Really? Huh. Bum, bum, bum. Do not come into an IHOP in Ontario, Canada. Why? What's wrong with IHOP in Canada? There's got to be a story here. 9.0 is the last good jailbreak OS. Ah, okay, that's why. Jailbreaking is fun. Makes things a lot more affordable. Boop. Coffee time. See, my skin needs more texture like that. Not like this. She looks like a zombie in an angry punk band. Boop. Money. Oh, really? It's expensive? Really? How much? I don't know what the prices are of an IHOP now. Like, I think, what was the last time we actually went to place? Oh, it was like McDonald's, and we thought the prices were stupid. Supposedly, the prices of stuff in McDonald's since the 90s have gone up like 800%. I don't know if that's true. But that goes well beyond past it, you know, keeping up with inflation. That's actually stupidiculous. IHOP in Niagara Falls, California is 5 times the price. I want to go anywhere in upstate New York. Well, it's by Niagara Falls. That's like going to an Applebee's in Times Square in New York. You know, it's like 6 buffalo wings are $25, where you go anywhere else, it's like $6. You know, that's all about location, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah. Out of all, I'm not going to an IHOP in Niagara Falls. That seems just so like, isn't there a mom and pop place that I could, you know, eat at and have a unique experience with the unique experience of being in Niagara Falls? You know? Hey, you want to go to Denny's or IHOP? You know? Nah, they got McDonald's or Applebee's here. Come on, man. I wouldn't even want a slice from Times Square. Yeah, literally, you go down a block, it's going to be like half the price. It's bizarre. I found a diner. She lived next to the hotel. Nice. There you go. Let's freaking go. Card battle. Go.
As a corporate clone, I can say with authority that sunsetting is a gradual phasing out rather than an outright end-of-life situation. At the end of the day, all it means is something isn't profitable anymore and the companies do it that way.
Because there's a perception that customers are more likely to go into whatever the replacement product is without being ticked off and leaving. Yeah, I get it, but, you know, there are a portion of society that's like, bullshit. You know, unfortunately, I'm in that bullshit kind of thing where I'm like, you're killing my product. You're not sunsetting it and easing me into something else. You're pissing me off by destroying something I love and want me to get something else, and fuck you. That's usually how that's how I approach things. It makes life a little less fun to live. Go.
What is ASMR?
A silly man regurgitating. That's what it stands for. All right, Spock, you got a roll equal to or greater than? Oh, God. $14. I knew that wouldn't go well. Card battle. All right. Well, I mean, come on. They're a demon. What are you going to do about that? You tried. Since when is the PS4 not profitable? People still buy games for it. In fact, some of the games cost more for the PS4 version than it does the PS5 version. What? I don't know why. Yeah. I didn't make it, but I gave it a fight. At least he did, right? Yeah, I know. Dude, people still buy the console. Maybe that's the problem. They're like, you know, more people should have the PlayStation 5. But to keep buying the PlayStation 4. That's what happened with, God, what was it? Was it the Xbox? When the Xbox One came out, everyone was still buying the 360. And I think they were just like, yeah, we got to stop this because everyone's just buying the 360 because it's like $300 less. My PS4 is the last console I will ever buy. Every game is, what, on PC nowadays? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone is. You know, and if it's not, it eventually will be. So as long as you don't have that fear of missing out on, oh, it's a brand new game, you got to play it now. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. What? Waiting for the Steam machine, bro. Steam machine. I kind of want to get a Steam machine merely because it's going to be quiet. I need quiet because the ears are jacked up, but still. I guess end of life and sunsetting are different, and that sunsetting is a phasing out of something, and EOL support just gets dropped at a certain time. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And end of life is basically at this date, it dies, you know. But they didn't even call it end of life. They're like EOL. I mean, that sounds like a band from the 80s, you know, that has like UFOs on their album art. Yeah. It's EOL. Stardust Memories, you know, that kind of thing or something. Most console game ports over to PC in a year or two anyway. Yeah. Redo the Steam machine into a Borg cube. Oh, I'm sure there'll be mods for that. You could probably 3D print a case for that. You know? That'd be pretty cool. Character browsing phone. What's a PC? Have you seen the Travolta Grease Lightning Santa Sleigh commercial? No. I haven't seen a commercial because essentially I generally don't watch television. If a commercial comes on, I instantly mute it and look at something else. I'll catch up on emails or anything. I don't care what people are trying to sell me. I'm really weird. I'm actually psychotically efficient at muting things now because of a hearing issue. So it's like it's like the good and the bad and the ugly. I'm like a, quick draw McGraw on that remote. Mute. Shut up. Like that kind of thing. Everybody's screwed with RAM prices now. Like, because every RAM maker wants to put all the money or get all the money from these freaking AI companies that are like, yeah, we're going to have a nuclear reactor power our AI, but we're going to need a lot of RAM. Oh my God. That's absolutely crazy to me, because project into the future, if you will. What's going to happen is a lot of these people who manufacture consumer RAM are probably going to be like, yo, we should probably just focus and sell to these companies that have deeper pockets than a consumer. And then eventually the tech that is available to the consumer becomes less and less powerful. And then most of it is going to be cloud supported with AI and processing. And then before you know it, you're just going to have this brick of a piece of crap where all the computing is done in the cloud that you'll probably have to subscribe to. That's what worries me. I foresee the future. I would say invest in a company that does that, because they're probably going to make a shit ton of money. But I feel like at some point they're going to remove the computing abilities from the user and make everything cloud. So it's like, I forget who said it last stream, PC as a service kind of thing. You'll have your phone, but even that, I feel like a lot of that, when 6G comes out, I feel like a lot of that processing is going to be picked up by AI. It's going to be unnerving, and then we're all going to have to start building old computers out of old parts and try to tweak things ourselves, like we're living in a Johnny Mnemonic world or something. It's going to be stupid. It's getting good enough to run it at home. Yeah, I have a couple of offline AI things I use every once in a while. I would like to get a music one. That would be great. But it's a lot more difficult to do that. Plus, I don't have the RAM to run all that stuff. I have RAM, but not that much. Like literally, even with a computer with 64 gigs of RAM, it's on a struggle bus. It's like, yeah, you're going to need a little bit more. This is going to take a while. I'm like, oh God. Yeah. Phones are better enough. The custom ROM scene is almost dead. No. Yeah, personal computers will be a service. You won't own the software anymore and rent hardware. Yeah, that's when you just take the computer offline and do all the work you need to, and then put it on a different computer that's online and do whatever. MC server has 192 gigs of RAM. Wow. That's crazy. See, that's what I need. Had an AI art generator, but made my PC fans angry. Yeah, we were running an AI art generator, and it was that computer was screaming. And it was just like, oh, I got 4 pieces of artwork out of it, and they all suck. So let's start this again. Computer's like, no, I'm good. HE Proliant from 2010. Wow, got it as Savers. That's awesome. Dude, Savers is really good for finding stuff sometimes. A lot better than Goodwill now, okay? Goodwill. Where's your Goodwill? Your prices are stupid right now. iPad robot credits baton, we passed it. Yep. People have been predicting that for like 15 years now. Yeah. Remember, I'm in my own little bubble, so I'm just catching up. Go.
Hey Steve. Lucky number 7 I turned today.
Hey, what's up? How's it going? Thank you. 7 moons. Pretty haymonger. Hope you're doing well. Society. I'm just waiting for the steam machine. We'll see what happens with that. I think so. We'll see what happens. Salvation Army ain't bad either. It's hard to find one for us locally. Every once in a while we stumble upon one, but yeah, they're few and far between. Don't ask me why. What? I didn't make them. All right, boom. We got days. Let's see what days we got here. Got. Now, there better be a good day, man, because, we're already at like 7 o'clock. I want a good day. Human Rights Day. Oh, God. Constitution Day. Oh, constitutions, human rights. What else we got here? Dewey Decimal System Day. My God. Jane Addams Day. Unless they're part of the Addams family, I don't think I care. National Lager Day. Hey, we were talking about that. Hey, we're talking about the beer. Look at that. You got one? Drink it up. Nobel Prize Day. All right. I haven't got one of those. I'm hopeful. Anniversary of victory over Oz. All right. Well, that's good. Yeah. International Animal Rights Day. Hey, animals got a right to be pet. There you go. I'm going with International Animal Rights Day. Over human rights, maybe, because humans, for all the rights they have, tend to treat animals like garbage. I've never seen an animal treat a human like garbage. Domesticated animal. I'm not talking about a lion that looks at you like a chicken leg, All right. Speaking of pets, I got 3 cats to feed. Do it. The cats need sustenance. All right, what do we got? It's me and my 4 hours of sleep against the world. Yep. Why do we have this? What is this? There's just a lot of stuff here. All right, well, whatever. I think I picked out one of these that was good. There we go. Look at this. The modern condition is mostly trying to do things on your own that people have historically achieved with a large support network and wondering why you're tired all the time. I was just saying this. You know how we're doing a work of 12 people now, especially with AI? This is insane to me. This is what we're doing. We're literally trying to be the singular entity, as we all are, and not have to deal with other people. Well, why is that? Is it cost effectiveness, or do people just suck and you don't want to deal with them? That kind of thing. So yeah, that's accurate. I don't like bright screens. Oh God. So that's a thing. I thought that was funny, but also true. What is this?
Vale.
Interesting.
Don't let us keep you up too late.
I don't know what too late is anymore. Amelia Earhart, 1934, prepares for solo flight in Hawaii to the United States. Colorized. Oh, they colorized this? This is a good job colorizing this, honestly. This is well colorized. You ever see color photos that from black and white and they colorize them? They usually look like garbage. This does not look like garbage. This is done pretty well. Good job, Hoxdog. Nice. I don't know why that's open, but there you go. What's this? Here's Johnny. What? The Shining in IMAX this weekend. Really? All right. I guess if you want to see The Shining in IMAX, that typing must be really loud. Dude, can you imagine? Hold on, I gotta find my favorite quote here. Give me a second.
I didn't know Ted Turner did old photos too.
Cool. Hold on. Really? All results. It kind of takes the fun out of it. If all right, there we go. This is my favorite quote. Exactly. Yeah. New rule. Oh God. That's I would put that on my door, but it feels like very long. What? that perfectly encapsulates the work mode of every creative, I think. If you're a creative person and you get interrupted when you're working, you're like, what the hell? You know? What? I have fun with it. That's a fun movie. That part of that movie is very funny to me. Okay. All right. Well, if you wanted to go see that in IMAX, then give me the bet. This thing, the dancing plague. Did you ever hear about this? I heard about this a long time ago and I forgot about it. Look. In July 1518, the city of Strasbourg witnessed one of the strangest events in human history. Dozens of people suddenly began dancing nonstop, as if trapped in their own bodies. They danced for hours, then days, unable to control their movements. Many collapsed from exhaustion, and some reportedly died from fatigue or heart failure. No one could explain what was happening. Some believed it was a curse. Others blamed poisoned bread. While some thought it was a rare psychological outbreak. Even today, the true story of the dancing plague remains a mystery.
The only scene in the film where Jack Nicholson acts like Bruce Campbell.
Was Bruce Campbell even born then? Bruce Campbell was probably like 5 when that came out. Oh, yeah, mold in the bread. That's what I heard, too, that the bread... There is a thing with mold in bread that can make you go crazy. They should have called... Oh, somebody should make a bread dance. Just call it the moldy bread dance. Dude, that'd be good. TikTok video. Plus, you get a historic background. People will be like, oh, my God, that's such a cool dance. Oh, there's history behind it. It's so dark and weird. And then everyone will do a social crusade saying, you shouldn't have make fun of people who died in 1518 because they danced because they had moldy bread. And then you say, go fuck yourself. This is fucking TikTok. Grow the fuck up. You know, and then China bans you. But there you go. The crazy bread. Yeah, it's the crazy bread dance. That'd be pretty good. Witch Trials is all about the moldy bread. It's all about the moldy bread. She's a witch. A witch. Okay. Look at this thing. The great eared nightjar is pretty much a dragon bird. Look at this freaking thing. Why don't we have these everywhere? Look at him. I want to just look at him. Look at him. Dude, this thing is so cool. Look at that. Tell me you wouldn't want this as a bird pet. I'm not a big fan of birds except for crows and ravens. All right? The occasional pigeon. This guy is freaking cool. Yeah, How to Train Your Nightjar. Look at that. Look at him. He's so cool. He's still a bird, though. So he's probably just going to poop all over the place. But at least a little cute and adorable doing it. What do they eat? Look at him. He's so cool. He's a bird. I didn't know these things even existed. There we go. We got dragon birds, and we don't even know it. Strange. Do. Boom. All right, what else we got here? Okay, this is a weird thing. All right, look at this. All right, this was in like some weird spooky thing, right? Strange little cassette in spooky pouch. All right, somebody found this or got it somewhere. I don't know where. It's this weird little pouch. Look at it. It's got a little button on it. It doesn't seem too bad, right? You open it, and then it's got some kind of runic symbol on it. It's tied together with a belt. I guarantee you this is a cassette for a goth band. And then look, it's got this weird old picture in there. Like, and this. And then it's got some words in the back. Maybe that's the track listing? I don't know. Do you play the tape, chat? Do you play the tape? I feel like somebody's going to worry if they're going to die in like 7 days or something after playing it. Blue Oyster Cult? I don't think it's Blue Oyster Cult. Oh, look, I mean, you could probably identify it by the button, right? That looks like it'll be a goth band or something. It's probably a goth band. I can't really see it or zoom in, which kind of sucks, but 7 days. I would totally play it, you know? I don't know. I actually want to know what it sounds like. This could be like one of those things that this dude bro should just be doing a live stream about.
At first glance, you wouldn't think this reptile bird thing was real. You would think it was a fantasy creature off a prog rock album cover.
Exactly. But it's not. It exists. Nightjar! Sounds like a 80s hair metal band or something. You know? 80s rock band. We are Nightjaw. Wasn't there one called Night Ranger or something like that? Yeah. All right, anyway, creepy cassette. Play it. I dare you. I dare you to play it. What's it say? Cleaning out junk drawer stuff left by previous roommates in my apartment. It's a little fabric perfectly sized for this cassette tape. It has a little drawing of a man and a woman on it. Well, the words People's Temple Project. It's a band. The pin has same symbol on the cassette. It was also an old photo ripped in half on the back that says Evidence 1, Evidence 2, Evidence 3, Evidence 5. Oh, where's 4? The good thing is you can just put it on your player and listen without maybe getting a virus like with some USB stick. Why are you putting random USB sticks into your computer? Standard Deluxe. Never do that. Are you insane? Oh my God. They're a Screamo band, according to Discogs. Oh, see, there you go. Screamo. They're a Screamo band. See, I just assumed it was a band. They're a Screamo band. All right, mystery solved. Look, they got the Discogs. All right, let's see what Discogata. Discogata. What are we doing? Oh, look at that. People's Temple Project. Look at that. Evidence 1, 2, 3, and 5. Re-release of demo CD comes in a hand-sewn piece of cloth pouch and a screen-printed cover. Also closed by a band button. Cassette has a hand-sprayed P on one side. Pouch. Now you got pictures to put up on Discord, bro. Look at that. That's kind of cool. At least now we know. Yo, get out of the way. Cool. Oh, so each one's got a different picture. Cool. I like when bands do stuff like this because it's interesting and weird, you know, as opposed to like, here's our album. You know, it's like, nice. Cool. All right, let's see if what the People's Temple Project got anything else. What else are they doing? What do you got? We got discography, you got releases. All right, got 1 release and 3 singles and EPs. What do we got? Look at that. Sleeper Wave. Ooh. Got that. 2 songs on this. What is that? And its name was Epion. 3 versions. Interesting. Demos. All right. You know, I'm going to keep that tab open because now I'm curious. All right. See, Reddit can be useful. Well, the People's Temple, Jim Jones Massacre. I don't know. Jim Jones, he dead. I don't know what to do with that. This guy. Bro. Jimmy Neutron star. Jeff Garcia dead at 50. Bro, he died. He died. I don't even know what happened. She was the most memorable characters from my childhood. Rip. As a child of the new millennium, Sheen single-handedly ruined both my vocabulary and my sense of humor forever. I'm peeing in the shower has been a running joke in my family for the last 24 years. It's not like you wrote the joke. Calm down. Yeah. So they passed away. Yeah. Mentioned Pip back at the barnyard. It's so underrated. So I played Pip. A stroke and then an aneurysm at 50. Holy crap. Oof. Well, that happens. Take care of yourself, chat. Ugh. Yeah. It could be worse. Damn. Boop. YouTube TV is adding 10 genre-specific subscription plans, including a sports bundle. Could we just have YouTube? Can we just have our platforms without having more sub-bundles of BS, man? Could we please? Could we please? You know, because now everything's going to be more expensive and everything's going to be like, well, I used to get this, now I get this, a la carte, we're back to cable. How much does YouTube TV cost? Like a month or the year if you get a deal. Gulthrax, hi, what's up? I'm broke as a joke. I can't afford subscriptions. Exactly. We We did circle back to cable. That is the problem. All the streaming services are cable all over again. And that's the problem. You know? And it's like each one of them thinks they're important enough for you to pay a cable price for that one streaming service. You know? I am dreading how much Netflix is going to cost if they acquire Warner Brothers. Dude, that crap is going to be like $35 a month. I ain't doing it. Absolutely not. Here's the good thing. I feel like all the good content has already been made, if that makes any sense. Right now, we're just doing rehashes. For the love of God, they're doing a series for the movie The Burbs on Peacock. We're out of ideas. We already had all the good ones. They're done. They're over. They're in the past. Go visit the past. We're good. Powermind also might buy Warner Brothers. Yeah, they're trying to be aggressive about it. They're trying to bully with bucks. They're buck bullies. Hey, you're getting paid. Yeah. Sports package would probably be what half of their customers want anyway. Yeah. I don't watch any of their services, just pirate anime. Yeah, at some point that's... God, I hate to be one of those people that encourages that, but my God, these prices are getting unaffordable. All right. Would you use Here's this. Somebody came up with this. Would you use a Netflix extension that auto skips gore, animal abuse scenes, and gives a short recap? I feel like this would be useful for squeamish people that don't like to watch fictional content and actually be able to understand that it's fictional content. However, for those people whose brains aren't functioning that actually need this kind of thing, I am a very glib individual, okay? I'm very glib, I'm very sarcastic, and I feel like if you can't watch a movie and deal with whatever happens in it, and you get offended by gore or whatever else happens in there, you probably shouldn't be watching television to begin with. However, yeah, so look, I'm a software engineer and I wanted to get your thoughts on an idea that came up with some family members. They asked me whether it's possible to build a browser extension for Netflix that can warn you a few seconds before a gory animal sexual abuse scenes and offers to skip it. After the skip, it would show a short text recap of what happened. Dog died. Like, I mean, really? All right. I'm thinking of building this as a completely free project and open source, but before I start, I wanted to ask, is this something any of you would find useful? No, of course not. Where are you planning on getting the metadata from? Here, yes or no, they'll figure it out. The idea is that the extension that wants to use disturbing scenes. I don't know if like, this will black out Cocaine Bear. But all right, here's the thing. It's the whole point of fictional content, especially horror, even drama and stuff like that, is to help you cope with what may happen in real life in a fun sort of way, you know, that kind of thing, or a safe sort of way, safe area. So, you know, watching Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, all the horror movies, any of that kind of stuff, you know. So I'm not a big fan of stuff getting censored, even though it would be voluntary on the viewer's part. You know, it's like, this is how it's made. Just watch it, you know? I don't know. But then again, I'm a person that will skip a lot of cutscenes in games if I find them to be boring. So I think it will be useful for some, but then they're missing the whole point. Just look down at your phone. Fallout New Vegas lead writer says there's no residuals or credit for characters showing up in other media. This I found to be insane because I am a big believer of people who create something being able to keep it, right? Or at least profit off of it. So this thing is about the writer. Did I highlight it? I hope I did. No, of course not. I'm an idiot. Let's see. Okay, basically the person who wrote a bunch of characters, right? I'm going to have to read this. Damn it. Okay, show takes place 14 years, blah, blah. Okay, John Gonzalez, New Vegas's lead writer.
The hero's journey.
Well, let's hopefully it'll be short. Thank you. John Gonzalez, new video lead writer, recently reflected on the adaptation of his characters in an interview with PC Gamer. All right, this is pretty interesting. All right, it is very odd to see characters that I created showing up in other media, says Gonzalez. It's also something where there's no credit for that. There's no residuals for that. And that's something I understood doing the work early on. All right. Oh, we got ads starting. Come on. In some ways, I think doing narrative in video games is a little akin to doing comic book work. See, there have been numerous controversies over the years regarding the appropriate compensation of creators, be they writers or artists who have invented characters that have gone on to become very popular and or profitable for companies. This is especially prevalent in comic books, given the contemporary popularity of superhero characters. In the 60s or 70s, it was like, oh, you created Spider-Man? Good for you. I mean, at least we know who Steve Ditko is, right? But it doesn't belong to you, Gonzalez continued. That's not the terms under which you do the work, so it's weird to me. Well, to me, it just shows that when Leonard Boyarsky and Tim Kaine first imagined this world, I think that they did something that is a masterstroke. Okay, whatever. It's a fairly accurate reflection of the nature of ownership of creation. Fallout is more mainstream than ever, but how many fans of the show could answer that Boyarsky and Kaine created the series if questioned? I have no idea. I just heard about them now. All right. Still, Gonzalez isn't bitter about the use of his characters. In fact, he's a massive fan of the show. I'd be a massive fan of the residuals from the show, honestly. I really enjoyed the first season of the show, he revealed. I thought there was some really admirable complexity in the way they explored the world. I mean, I think the Maximus character is fascinating creation of, a fascinating slant to take you into the Brotherhood of Steel. I'm fascinated to see what, you're very fascinated by things. 3 times, I have not used fascinated in 2 sentences 3 times ever in my life. So basically, essentially, this covers that this guy who wrote all these characters is getting zilch from the Amazon thing being so popular. You've covered the Tim Kaine story before. Did I? I don't feel like I did. I feel like I covered somebody else. Though again, I am tired, so it's a possibility. I know. When did this come out? This was published 5 hours ago. That happened recently. Sarah Pachel, an artist who created Miles Morales, didn't get any royalties from Marvel. Ooh, classic Marvel. Oh, God. Dude, that's some crazy stuff. Rob Liefeld, right? The guy who created or co-created Deadpool, does he get residuals? Or maybe that might have been worked into his contract where he does get residuals. Yeah, he was the one that shared the story about the Fallout source code being lost. Oh, that's right. Thank you.
I have a Todd Howard and Amazon are going to destroy New Vegas's legacy.
I know they've been doing good with this so far. We'll see what season 2 looks like, and move forward from there. But I actually watched the first season of Fallout, and I didn't think it was terrible. So maybe ? So we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, but that's kind of sucks for it's like that's when you're doing stuff work for hire kind of thing. And you have to be very careful. Like that's what happened with Friday the 13th. The writer who originally wrote Jason Voorhees sued because he wasn't getting any money from anything ever, because the director was like, well, he was hired as a work for hire. And back then they didn't really have those kind of weird little contracts and stuff and stipulations. They weren't terribly careful about that. So there was a whole back and forth legal thing because dude wanted his money, and I would say rightfully so. If your character builds up a whole franchise and you're not getting anything from it, that's going to eat at you every day. The way it did with us on YouTube. But it's kind of, it's one of those things. I know if you're a creative, be mindful of what you sign. What is this? Oh, there we go. Sorry, Arkham fans. Netflix doesn't seem to be interested in the Warner Brothers gaming division. Yeah, this is not good. First shared by Pocket Gamer, thanks, Kotaku. Netflix CEO Gregory Peters recently said in a call with investors that the gaming division of Warner Brothers is relatively minor compared to the grand scheme of things. Peters even claimed that the gaming side of Warner Brothers added barely anything to the $83 billion valuation of the company. Oh my God, Warner Brothers, what did you do to your gaming?
The thing is, New Vegas wasn't made by Bethesda, it was made by Obsidian.
Yeah, but it was done as a work for hire and is basically owned by Bethesda, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Technically, Bethesda just told Obsidian to do it. Is that a work for hire? I don't know. Got to find out. What's up? I mean, to be fair, what Rocksteady's recent game isn't that good. Yeah, they keep messing things up. Steel Dragon, hi, what's up? Warner Brothers leaving money on the table. Yeah. Peters does hint that he recognizes Warner Brothers has some very valuable gaming IPs that is ripe for the picking, but it doesn't sound like massive AAA productions are on the cards for... You mean in the cards? Oh, God. Now, that's the phrase. In the cards, not on the cards. This isn't on the cards. Well, why the hell would it be on the cards? If it's in the cards, it's more impressive. For Netflix, if it gets a deal over the line. Okay. Now, here's the thing. What worries me about this is I feel like Netflix, if they own all this stuff, they're going to start licensing these IPs to other studios that want to make games, as opposed to making their own. And that's how they're going to make back a lot of money. So, I don't know. And Obsidian had to use a creation engine from Bethesda to make the game. There's that too. Subcontractors. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. They laid the game disc on top of the cards. They laid it on top of the cards. The game disc is on top of the cards, sir. I don't know what's going on. Oh, God, here we go. Mega Thread. The Game Awards 2025 live nominees. And I don't fucking care at all. God. All right, there's something about the Game Awards that pisses me off. Every year I see it, the more pissed off I get about the gaming industry as a whole. God. No, I feel like it's a fucking farce. I had hopes for gaming not being like Hollywood and the Grammys and the Music Awards and all this other BS, but it's the same shit. It's the same shit, different day, you know? All right, Five Nights at Freddy's. Justify my rage. All right, look at this. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 serves up, what, 109 million. Dude, it's doing good. And this is what I mean, Zootopia 2. So far, it's made $916 million. Zootopia 2. My dude. How? How? How's Zootopia? Doesn't make any sense. They could make an evil Batman game. I'm referring to Nemesis from... I don't think they'll do that. I mean, it would be cool. So this thing's doing all right. Zootopia 2 continues to rake in the magic following an already stellar opening weekend. I don't get it, honestly. And I like 3D movies. Zootopia, I watched the original one. I was like, that's all right. You know? People seem to like it. Except that one guy thought it was very derivative. But a cop sequel, reunites, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm bored. All right. What else we got? Oh my God, Australia. Australia, what are you doing? Bro, all you got to do is read the headline. Look at that. Australian children now banned from social media. These countries may be next. Dun-dun. Basically, essentially, Australia said, yo, kid, get off your phone. I don't want to. Well, guess what? Legally, now you have to. Okay, if you're under 16, they're basically throwing you offline. Get out. Get. Young Australians under 16 now come to grips with the new reality of being unable to have an account on some social media platforms, including Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Oh my God. Didn't this happen in another country and they kind of burned down the capital? Let's see. Only time will tell whether this bold world's first experiment will succeed. Despite this, many countries are already considering following Australia's lead. Yeah, because no one under 16 knows what a VPN is. All right, but there are other jurisdictions that are taking a different approach to try and keep young people safe online. Oh, God. Here we go. A global movement. In November, the European Parliament called for a similar social media ban for under 16s. Here's what worries about that, especially in the UK right now. Okay. The issue I'm having with UK, and I'm going to have to gloss over some things here. There's a lot of social things happening there. And if you take a portion of younger people out of that and they are not educated as to what's going on, you're basically controlling the perspectives and thoughts of younger people growing up until they're 16, right? Whether that's good or bad, I don't know, honestly. But the only hope I feel like the UK has and other European nations of European culture have are retaining their European culture through the next generation. Okay. So look into it if you care. I feel like this is going to be super important in that area. Bad is always bad. So look, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, why does that sound like a villain name? Said she has been studying Australia's restrictions and how they address what she described as algorithms that prey on children's vulnerabilities. That's always the way it's spun. It's always spun as protect the children, save the children, think of the children, the children, the children, the children, the children. The children are our future. Here's the thing about that. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. The children were our future 3 decades ago. And look at our future now. Not doing too good, are we? Okay. Leaving parents feeling powerless against a tsunami of big tech flooding their homes. Or maybe you could take the phone away from your kids when you're in their presence. You give them a dumb phone. Give them a dumb phone. They make them for those specific reasons. Call mom, emergency. That's it. In October, New Zealand announced it would introduce similar legislation to Australia's following the work of a parliamentary committee to examine how best to address harm on social media platforms. The committee reported, blah, blah, blah. Pakistan and India, which has electricity, are aiming to reduce children's exposure to harmful content by introducing rules requiring parent consent and age verification for platforms access, alongside content moderation expectations for tech companies. Oh, God. Every website's going to be a lot less fun. Malaysia has announced it will ban children under 16 from social media starting in 2026. This follows the country requiring social media and messaging platforms with 8 million or more users to obtain licenses to operate and use age verification and content safety measures from January 2025. Okay. France. France, you are fucked up right now, okay? Don't worry about this. Fix what the hell's going on in your streets, okay? Fucking clowns. France is also considering a social media ban for children under 15 and a 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. curfew for platform use for 15 to 18-year-olds. You know, a curfew sounds more reasonable. At least it's a forced break. I would be okay with a curfew because, you know, you do want to mitigate the crap that they say. But, you know. What? Don's here. What? Bingo? Don says bingo. Okay, what? That's it?
Let me know if you get any slowdown.
What are you doing?
I'm downloading.
Oh, Dawn's downloading. We shouldn't live in this kind of world where I got to worry about you downloading something derailing my stream.
Hello, Dawn.
Icarus says hi. They say hi. All right. So let me. Where is it? No, I can't do it now. Hold on. Where the hell is it? Give me a second. Oh, it's already called. Never mind. Dawn appears. Thank you. All right. What's Malaysia doing? No, we got that. France curfew. You can go bid. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Hey, blood for everyone. Nice. French inquiry in September 2025, which also recommended banning smartphones in schools and implementing a crime of digital negligence for parents who fail to protect their children. Fuck yeah, let's go. Okay. I've always been saying this. Parents got to do their job. I know it's very hectic and there's stuff that you got to do. And you got. I feel like a crime for negligence is a little extreme, but maybe a little fine. You do realize what time it is? I don't know what time is it. Is it adventure time? Like this is crazy. But again, we've said this numerous times. A lot of parents as they did back in the day, they let the television raise their child. Now it's like we let the phone raise the child, and it ends up being a problem. But back in the day, television would inevitably go off like after 1 a.m. It literally stopped. Pre-cable, there wasn't a 24-hour cycle. It would be like, boo, and you get those like weird little, off-air broadcast things. Well, France introduced a requirement in 2023 that platforms obtain parental consent for children under 15 to create social media accounts. It is yet to be enforced. Wow, you guys are really on top of your laws. Not just this one. I like Italy. This is also the case in Germany, where children aged between 13 and 16 can only access platforms with parental consent, but without formal checks in place. Really? No formal checks. Thank you. They won. Let ChatGPT raise my kids, right? Yeah, that's the new thing. And in Spain, the minimum age for social media accounts will rise from 14 to 16 unless parents provide consent. Ma, can I be on the internet? No. Norway announced plans in July to restrict access to social media platforms under 15. The government explained that the law would be designed in accordance with children's fundamental rights, including freedom of expression, access to information, and the right to association. Denmark. Ban access for people under 15. However, unlike Australia's illustration, parents can override the rules to enable 13 and 14-year-olds to retain platform access. All right. Yet there is no date for implementation. So basically, you got a lot of laws saying, yeah, whatever. Age verification app, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so we're going to roots of digital ID and all this other stuff. This is a good thing about being older. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, freedom to explore. Explore what? Pornhub. Yeah, it's kind of like I think anybody, if you have a kid, you're probably like, yeah, they spend way too much time on their phone. It's true. And prior to that, it was like the kid spends way too much time in front of the television, that kind of thing. I feel like this is both good and bad. I feel like there is a point where kids are so ingrained in phones, if you take it away from them, they literally have a tantrum. That's always a bad sign. That's always a bad sign. So if everybody is on the same page, like, all right, bro, sorry, I couldn't get back to you. I was literally legally not allowed. It might give them a chance to, God forbid, give them a moment to actually think, be aware of themselves, and actually grow as people, okay? That usually only comes with solitude and whatever. You're constantly distracted. You're never going to know yourself. What's nanny state BS? I would say yes and no. You got to think, okay, here's the thing. The difference between phones and television. Kids who were raised by television, there was still the FCC. There were still censors that kind of got rid of the bad stuff. Right now, a 12-year-old could go on X and just see the most ungodly, gross things at any given point. Anything. Murder, it's there. Sex, it's there. Violence, everything. Everything's there. It's completely different. So basically, you're looking at unfiltered and uncensored, everything just directly shot into the brain of everybody. And even as a content creator, hey, I get it. I don't want crap being censored for anything. But as a content creator, most of the content we make aren't for people at a young age at all. Ever. So I'm in the bracket of like, yo, it ain't for kids. And we've already had problems with YouTube because of this. It's like, you got cartoons. Okay. It's for a mature audience. Yeah, but kids watch cartoons. Oh, fuck off. Yeah. Said it before, and I will say it again. I grew up being allowed to roam, 32 square miles covered, a country line, 2 hydroelectric dams, and a raging river that were the boundary in my play area at 7 years old by myself. Oh, that's pretty good. I was on the Wild West internet using BBS on my own by 9. And while there are a lot of things kids now need safety from because my parents didn't keep me safe at all. Yeah, but you got to explore. They don't need most of these extreme laws and shit. They need attention from their parents. Well, that's the thing. I feel like laws recognize that parents aren't going to do crap, with the exception of France, who's literally going to, digital negligence for parents to fail to protect the children. That's the thing. I mean, you can be a parent and still be a good parent, and you let them have their phones and do whatever the hell they want within a good thing. The whole thing about parents is there's supposed to be parental boundaries, parental guidance, that kind of thing. Bad parenting is going to fuck up a kid, essentially. Your parents weren't helicopter parents, but they knew when something was up, and they would always check and discuss stuff with you. They were at least attuned enough with your personality to know when something was off and when they had to step in and discuss something with you. And I mean, if people aren't doing that now, because not only are the kids distracted by phones, so are the parents. So everybody is neglecting everything. So what happens? Do we need a nanny state? I don't know. How many times have you heard, we need more government regulations because of A, B, or C, but it ends up being parents just not being able to parent their kid. Think of the children. Why don't you? You're the parents. I've said this numerous times. So at a certain point, people don't want the responsibility, and I'm not even joking, they want somebody else to be responsible for their responsibilities, because it takes the responsibility off of them, They want to blame everything else for how their kid turned out other than their own inaction. Well, there should have been more regulations. There should have been more of this. There should have been more of that. And we've discussed this numerous times, and it's never going to change. Technology might change, but inept parents never will. That's just the way it is. I guess negligence is a major issue nowadays, right? But meanwhile, they'll go after a parent who let their kid go across the street to a park by themselves, right? It's ridiculous.
Mark my words, one or all of these digital aids are going to get hacked in the future, because these governments are going to use the cheapest service possible.
Oh, absolutely. Dude, half of everybody's information is on the dark web right now because governments are stupid, But we'll see what happens. And I'll be glad you're 16 and over, right? Meow. Look at this. Cats meow more than twice as much at men, and we can only guess why. They figured it out. Look at a kitty. Meow. Cute. All right. The thing is, according to reports from the New York Times, male owners get an average of 4.3 vocalizations, meows, purrs, or chirps during the first 100 seconds of getting through the door, compared to an average of 1.8 vocalizations for female owners. That's a substantial difference. And it wasn't affected by the cat's age, sex, or breed. Why, may you ask? Let's find out. Our results show that cats vocalize more frequently towards male caregivers, while no other demographic factors had a discerning effect on the frequency or duration of greetings. All right. Essentially what happens is cats, according to this article, cats look at guys as being very inattentive and aloof to head pats. They're not super affectionate. So therefore, they are louder with, or more vocal with males than females. Because, women will come home and they'll be like, hey, how's it going? Guy will open up the door, close it, put all the stuff down, go straight into the bathroom or something, won't even say hi to the cat. And the cat's like, meow, meow. That's what cats do, So, essentially, the article states that guys are a little bit more aloof, so the cats try to get their attention more often. So that's pretty good. Guys, pay attention to your cats. Let's see. This is freaking awesome. I love this article. All right, which we'll get to. Knick knack. You got to roll equal to or greater than 7. 7. You can do a 7. 7's 777. 10. Beautiful. Pick a number. Any number off the bingo. You can't think of one? We can always do a random one. Floating pizza. Nice. What do we got? I didn't even look at my card. Oh, God, I got nothing. Wow, still. Random number. All right, we're going to call random. Boom. I'm calling it, and it is something falls off stream. Also, something Sailor Moon happens. Who called something Sailor Moon happens? Did I hit it twice? Oops. All right, well, I guess that... I did it too. Yell at me later. Yeah, whatever. Okay. See, you could have said nothing. I thought I hit it twice too quick because my mouse is kind of in the way or something. It's all good. No bingo. I got bingo though. Hey, so I'm happy. Yeah. All right, this thing. Yo. They figured out why Roman concrete has survived for nearly 2,000 years. Yo, I knew somebody who had their steps rebuilt like 2 years ago, and they're like, yeah, I'm already getting cracks in this. Yo, and they use concrete. Here's the thing. You want to hear something cool? Look at this. This is science, and I'm amazed by this because I would like to do this if I ever work with concrete. All right? This thing, right? Where is it? Oh, good. It's called hot mixing. Hot mixing, all right? This isn't a weird website for consenting adults, right? It involves directly blending concrete's ingredients, volcanic ash mix called pozzolan, together with quicklime, which reacts with water to generate intense heat inside the mixture. This thing is being superheated when you make it, right? No, you're going to learn something freaking fascinating, right? Look, the benefits of hot mixing are twofold, Mosick said back in 2023 when he first discovered the technique through experimentation. First, when the overall concrete is heated to high temperatures, it allows chemistries that are not possible if you use, slaked lime. I don't know what the hell slaked lime is. Producing high temperature associated compounds that would not otherwise form. All right, so some reactions happen. Second, this increased temperature significantly reduces curing and setting time since all the reactions are accelerated, allowing for much faster constructions. It's quicker, right? A third and crucial benefit, right, is that the surviving chunks or clasts of lime give the concrete a remarkable self-healing ability. This could be a major reason ancient Rome monuments still stand while other civilizations have crumbled, right? When cracks form in concrete, they preferentially propagate towards the lime class. So like when they crack, it's like, we're going over here, right? Which have a higher surface area than other matrix particles. Yeah, that is getting over my pay grade. When water enters the crack, it reacts with the lime to form a calcium-rich solution that dries and hardens as calcium carbonate, gluing the cracks back together and preventing it from spreading further. Yo! This is literally like, yo, there's a big crack over there. It'll be fine once it rains. Are you kidding me? Why are we doing this now? Okay, I know we don't have a lot of volcanic ash lying around, but still. Dude, this is incredible to me. Like, it literally will heal itself because the calcium in the water, it reacts. It's good. This is beautiful. I like this. See? Look at that. Way to go, Italy. Holy crap. Dude, that's amazing. Major refound technology, right? I really hope they would use this in modern construction now that they know what the hell it is. Because, bro, you could just, this is like, you could have stuff standing forever. You know? Or at least 2,000 years. Isn't that enough? You know, God, they make a new building now. The thing falls apart in like 10 years. Ridiculous. You know, next time, hey, if I ever get anybody that's got to work on some kind of thing, I'm going to ask them if it's, what do you call it? Is this concrete going to be made with hot mixing?
Roman candles launched with Greek fire?
No, that's not how that works. Thank you. Let's see. So this is a historic importance of this material, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is great, everything like that. But there's, dude, self-healing. That is amazing. Yeah. I was like, I numerous times we've discussed this. We always look back at ancient, quote unquote, ancient civilizations as being dumb and stupid. Meanwhile, they're making concrete that can last 2,000 years. Meanwhile, people's steps are falling apart in 5. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Way to go. Nice. I just thought that was interesting. Yeah. Boop. What's happening here, right? Oh, God. Do we want to go through, what is this? Best anime movies of all time? There's 100 of them. Maybe we'll do that later. It was weird because they put Return of the King on here under anime. Is it technically anime? Okay, what defines anime, chat? Does it have to be necessarily made in Japan, or is it just animation at this point? They wanted it to last then. Now they make some more money when you have to, what? Yeah, chronically replace them. Yeah, that's the problem. Anime is the Japanese word for animation. I know that, but it's kind of like manga. Is it just, do you use that for... I always associate anime as an actual Japanese animation, as opposed to animation in general. Because when somebody says, "Oh, dude, you watch anime?" I'm not going to say, "Yeah, I saw the Rankin Bass Return of the King from 1980." It kind of didn't. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's weird though. So I don't know. Maybe we'll go through this later. What the hell do I have going on here? What is this? Percy Jackson crap. These are just some other garbage things coming out that I don't care about. This. What is this? Merv. What the hell is this? The Christmas King? Fuck yourself. What is this? All right. Hey. They won. Katie Wolf. All right, we got new games coming out. What's coming out here? Pokemon Legends. That can go to hell. Montezuma's Revenge. Oh, geez. What? Is this like a remake or something? I'll take a look at that. What is this? Velastor. Oh, no, it looks dark and spooky. Let's see what that is. I always try to keep an eye out for games in case Dawn finds a Therapy Simulator. Dawn was looking at this. Yeah, it's supposed to be fun, so I don't have to tell her about that. Warframe, another thing, and a story flashback. Give me a second. Dead Format. That looks like fun, too. Yeah, I did not really look on it. Dawn, just 2 things I got to look at real quick. What is this? Montezuma's Revenge. This old-timey weird crap. Look at that. Okay, 4:3 aspect ratio. Another platformer. I'm good on platformers. Thanks. What the hell is this going on here? You got a big... What is this guy doing? Running around. You got... What is it? This is going to be a Souls-like side-scrolling kind of thing. Is this what we're going here? Gruesome 2.5 side-scrolling action combat game set in the Middle Earth called Malum. Did I get the rights for that? All right. Take revenge that remains in your fading memories. Oh, good. Just what I needed to be. I need a Souls-like with Alzheimer's. Great. All right, what else we got? Coffee machines. I love these things. Why don't they make more of them? I have not seen an actual coffee machine in forever. Look at that wood paneling. It's so nostalgic. Look at this thing. Where can I get one of these things? Does anybody know where you can get these things? I would like to own one of these things. I probably shouldn't, though. I mean, I make my own cold brew, so... this is when I started going downhill. The Nescafe ones I did not like. But that looks old-timey. That looks like something you'd see in a Columbo episode, you know? Where they're all there and they're like getting coffee and talking, hey, yeah, this murder happened, blah, blah, blah. Montezuma's Revenge hits my bathroom more often recently. You got to eat better. Let's see. I know coffee machines are cool. I haven't seen a coffee machine outside a hospital in ages. Yeah, I think that was the last time I saw one. And not even the hospital that I went to. Or you went to. They didn't have a coffee machine there. Huh. Yeah. All right. Boop. Christmas movies we grew up with. All right. Can't imagine most of us have seen them. You can? Let's find out. All right. We got Your Home Alone. I've seen it. Yeah, National Lampoon's Christmas. Santa Claus the movie. That had Dudley Moore in it. I don't recall seeing that. What the hell's this back there? Snowman? I've never seen Snowman. I ain't never seen Snowman. I drink more water and things move. What? Move through. Oh, that'll do it. The Grinch. We've seen The Grinch. Christmas Story. Yeah, I feel like The Christmas Story is very overrated. Like for the longest time, everyone was like, you gotta see this. And I watched it and I was not impressed with it. I was like, yeah, it's all right. I would say it was less than all right. I don't know. Home Alone 2, Jingle All the Way, Gremlins, Die Hard. I love the way they put Die Hard in there. That's pretty good. And if they put Die Hard in here, Batman Returns better be in here. All right. Scrooge, thank you. Santa Claus. I never watched Santa Claus with Tim Allen. Or if I did, it was only bits and pieces, so I didn't care. Muppet Christmas Carol. Miracle on 34th Street, the remake? Get out of here. Jack Frost. Oh, I'm thinking of a horror movie. It was a horror movie, Jack Frost. Yeah, with a serial killer became a snowman. That was fun. This one with Michael Keaton. What do you got back here? What is that? Mickey, what? Once Upon a Christmas? Oh, get out of here. I didn't watch a lot of Disney Christmas things, surprisingly. Usually use a French press for volume. I get better small cup out of my AeroPress. Nice. I don't know. If I only got time for a certain amount of movies, maybe I'll watch this one, maybe the Jim Carrey one. I might have a Blu-ray of Santa Claus the movie, but I'm not sure. Home Alone 2, I can skip. Scrooge, maybe Die Hard. I feel like we should watch Die Hard and then Scrooged, right? Because this sets you up for Christmas, you know, the violence and trying to get stuff at the mall. And then Scrooge. Or maybe Die Hard, then Gremlins, then Scrooged. I feel like that would be a good thing, right? Miracle on 34th Street, the original one.
Michael Keaton in a Muppet costume? Yeah, that sounds like the lamer one.
Yeah. No, dude, I want the serial killer one, man. There was Jack Frost, or and then 2, right? There was 2 of them. I never got to see the second one, but all right. Boop. All right, what else we got here? Which 2 are you choosing? What is this for? Which 2 am I choosing? You can only bring 2 of them back. Which are you choosing? What do we got? McLobster? Yo, McDonald's had a McLobster? I kind of vaguely remember this. I don't remember the McLobster. Well, I don't like lobster, so it doesn't matter. So that'd be a no. What is this? Pizza Hut triple decker. What the hell is a Pizza Hut triple decker? Chat, what was the triple decker? Did they just put like a lot more stuff on it? All right, what else we got? Wendy's stuffed pita. What? I didn't even know they had stuffed pitas at Wednesday. Wednesdays? Wendy's. Yeah, Christmas Evil is great if you haven't seen it. I feel like I've seen Christmas Evil. Taco Bell beefer. It just looks like a not so sloppy Joe. What's this back there? Subway round sandwiches. Subway used to make actual sandwiches on rolls. Ha, funny. Jack in the Box spicy nacho chicken sandwich. That looks pretty good though. Mixed stuffing. God. And what's this? KFC something Cheetos burger. Dude, they had a Cheetos burger? Where the hell was I? Lobster tastes good, but it doesn't fill you up. Yeah, it's like Chinese food. Wow, dude, I didn't even know they had Cheeto chicken sandwich, dude. Burger. Wendy's stuffed pita. God, I don't think I've had. I think I've maybe have had this. I wouldn't even know what else to bring back because I've never tasted any of these. I can't imagine this being before my time, but Cheeto sandwich is beneath even me. It's Cheetos though. It's a Cheetos burger. Here's the thing, dude. I've said this before. If you ever want to make something extra cheesy, you put Cheetos in it. It's really good.
Same type of bread Hardee's uses for their San Francisco burger.
I think I went to Hardee's once. No, I think that was a Red Robin. I don't think I've ever been to Hardee's. I can't even address this thing. I don't even know what I would want back because I don't know what they taste like. Yeah, I went to Red Robin once. I wasn't impressed. And I got a burger. I got like their burger. And I was like, eh. I know. Though again, I'm not big into burgers for some reason. Boop. Thrift store hauls. Oh, God. Do I really want to go through this right now? Let's see. Let's see what else I got open here. Oh, they found a Funko. Yo, they found $10. That's how much they go for. Shadow with Chaos. Hot Topic exclusive. It's $10. I'm not paying retail at a thrift store. Get the hell out of here. It's kind of like Arby's. What about Roy Rogers? I think your grandfather liked Roy Rogers because he was into Westerns. He would go there every once in a while. Okay, yo. Best Indiana Jones game, hands down. I've never even heard of this. The Miracle of Arumana. I have never heard of what is Disk System? It was made by Konami, so cool. Aren't Funkos more than $10 now? I don't know. I haven't bought a Funko in, what, 2 years? Maybe 3? They were $10. Famicom disc? I've never seen this before, though. So that's what's kind of weird. And it's odd that he's holding a knife instead of his whip. His whip is like over his shoulder. He's like, no, I'm just going to stab this guy. Like, that's crazy, right? What is this? KDSR? What's up, Ed the Clown? Hi, how's it going? Good vibes to you. Hope you're doing well. What's up? And Famicom Disk System was the floppy drive attachment. Disk System. Huh. I don't know. Did anybody know any? Look at this artwork, man. Look. That guy, this guy. This guy looks like the one that gave him his hat in The Last Crusade when he was young. I wonder if that's what they were going for. Huh. I kind of want to leave this tab open and look into it because I've never heard of this Indiana Jones game. Which is bizarre. You figure, you know, we liked Indiana Jones. Dr. Jones. Let's see what else we got here. I'm throwing this out here right now. I have a new appreciation for this. Holy shit. This pixel art animation is insane. Okay, anybody out here an artist? Look at what they had to do within a certain amount of frames with 6 arms and 6 hands. This is astounding because it's a perfect loop. But look at what they have to do with all that hand movement. I would absolutely explode if I had to do all this hand movement. This is impressive. And I'm trying to see if they maybe reused like, no, it's still kind of different-y. Like, that's pretty good for back in the day, man. Yo, pixel artists were on another level. Holy crap. Yeah, because yeah, I mean, again, what impresses me about this is you have to make a looped animation within a certain amount of frames. So if this has got to be, say, 10 frames, 20 frames, you have to get all those arms to work in unison, which takes a lot of talent, and then have that animation loop for every arm within that amount of frames, but not have any of them look awkward. That is really difficult to do. Plus, they got the bouncy physics in there as well. Exactly, right? See, jiggle too. See, they attention to detail. That is impressive to me.
I'm just imagining all the work Gora's animators went through.
Right? Dude, I'm telling you, man, animators got it rough, man. We're not even like decent animators, but holy crap. You know, it's grueling to begin with. But this is another level. Whoever originally did this, know that your work is appreciated and you're freaking awesome. Good job. Boop. Look at this guy. Almost my entire collection of 50 years of gaming in a single shot. Lifetime Gamer here. I'm pretty excited that I can finally get all my great gaming goodness out of storage and start unpacking it. 5 decades of my personal collection in a single shot. I'll be unpacking all the live on my YouTube channel. Look at 50 years of gaming, if anyone's interested. That's actually pretty good. Edit. Just more backstory. My kids have moved out and went to college. I have a spare room to make a gaming room. I moved everything out of storage. Yes, some boxes got crushed, but only because they weren't filled all the way up to the top, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is interesting, man. Look at this. 50 years. 50 years.
stacked to the rafters.
Pretty much. Look at this. Dude, 3 cheese blend? Taco Bell? Dude, they're in old Taco Bell boxes. Look, he's got Days Gone Collector's Edition. Look, DJ Hero 2. I guess he worked at Taco Bell at some point. Look, Taco Bell box. You got a priority box back there. Look, Guitar Hero 2, 3. Guitar Hero. Another Guitar Hero 3. I kind of want to know what's in these boxes. Like, my dude. I would actually totally want to see this YouTube video. More Taco Bell. Look, you got original Xbox. I'm assuming there's a Master Chief something. Halo 3 Collector's Edition. PSP. Oh my God. Dude, what is this? All-Stars? What is this? All-Stars. Look, oh, dude, got Super Nintendo box, the original. Mafia 3, Genesis, Old Republic, NES Sports Set, Xbox One. Holy crap, dude. VR aim controller for Bravo Team. He's got an Oculus just sitting in storage. Oh, God. PS3. Was this the order like 1816 or something like that? I feel like that's the collector's edition for that. I can't really read that. Some Nintendo stuff. You got Wii stuff. Battlefield Collector's Edition. Call of Duty. God of War. Doom. Holy crap. Nintendo 64. Oh my God, that thing's getting hurt. Save it. Look at that. The 64. Dude, it's in between all those boxes. Next to the Clorox. Oh, this poor Guitar Hero box at the bottom. Not only is it sun bleached, it's getting crushed. At least you put these in bins. Oh, God. Yes, but there's a Battle Arena. I don't know what's in these boxes. There could be. Look at all these bins. This is insane. I would love to go through this stuff. Dude, there's a GameCube right there. Come on, dude. More Call of Duty. I guess he was in a Call of Duty. Look, back there. Dude, that's pretty cool. More Halo. I'm interested now. Keep this tab open. What is it? 50 years of gaming, if anyone's interested. All right, I'll look into that. All right, we got a guy. You may not know who they are. Ralph Snart. That was one of the first comics we actually picked up as a wee one. And it was so bizarre and weird. It was like, dude, you could do something other than Marvel superheroes. This guy, right? Look. All right, Ralph Snart. You may not know anything about him, but this thing has been around for literally this year, 40 years. We got a lot of catching up to do. Meanwhile, we're patting ourselves on the back. We're like, good job. Ooh, almost 25 years. Whoop-de-doo. 40 years of this crazy, insane dude, right? By this guy, Mark Hansen. Dude, it's crazy. All right, some of the recent stuff is a little bit more political, so, skip that if you don't care about it. But basically, this guy is insane, and just crazy crap happens to him. Like, constantly. This thing has been going on since, well, all right, 40 years from now? Back 85? Yeah. So, a lot of the, comic strips are available there to donate to him and stuff like that. They did all sorts of weird stuff. Think of like bizarre rat fink type stuff. It's absolutely insane. This guy's awesome. I don't know what they're like personally, but I appreciate that they're still doing work. It's crazy. Dude, 40 years? It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like one of those indie comics like Love and Rockets. Where you're like, wow, this has been around forever, kind of thing. I know. So it's like one of those things. I can go appreciate it while it's here. Yeah. Look, 50 pages of stupid. It literally says 50 pages of stupid. Doofus helps Ralph go into hiding after he tries killing the bleep. Ralph soon freaks out. This is older too, I think. So I don't even think that's current. Mind games. Reprints. No. Where's the Halloween one? The Halloween one was awesome. I like the Halloween one. I don't know where it is, though. More comics. Click here. Oh, these are the newer ones. Let's see. Yeah, where's the other stuff? Yeah, once the politics get into play, I'm just like, all right, here we go. But they got to do what they got to do. What is that? Oh, it's Weird Melvin. All right. Well, I'll just know it's around. I have to read this. Take Carrot. Oh, the Flaming Carrot. Whatever happened to Flaming Carrot? Yeah, flaming carrot, bro. I always appreciate when people have done stuff for so long and they keep doing it. Yeah, some people just take it for granted and then they die or something and they're like, yeah, oh yeah, I remember they were so cool. And nobody appreciates them when they're actually alive. Yeah, so dude, I'm glad they're still doing stuff and nice. After 40 years, Ralph Snott's Adventure is still going strong as a biannual ebook. Hey, check out my blog. They got a blog. 40 years. That's amazing. Dude. All right, good job. Oh yeah, there's going to be a Supergirl trailer soon, I guess. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. McDonald's. Yo, this is what I was talking about. Look at this. Wage starting at $28.19. Where the hell is this place? Where is this place? Thank you, Wolfgang. I appreciate. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating. I appreciate you appreciate. Dude, $28 an hour? Yo, you get paid sick leave, college tuition assistance, 50% meals during breaks. Who cares? And advancement opportunities. Yeah, we'll see. Yo, if this was full time, I would hate to say sign me up because that's a decent amount of money considering. And of course, I would have to smell like McDonald's all day. Is biannual strong? Well, I'm assuming they're doing other stuff besides that, you know. It used to be quarterly, but you know, it's like at a certain point, you're just like, oh my God. Like, I have no idea. Okay, if we're around for 40 years, I don't know if you're getting a new episode every other week, you know, in all honesty, you know. Dude could have like arthritis. I don't know. He could have scoliosis. Who the hell knows? Yeah. Maybe part-time hours though. Yeah, but still, you're still getting paid sick leave. Yeah, even at part-time hours. Dude, part-time hours, supplemental income, that'd be amazing, dude. All right, this has got to be in like New York, or some city like California or something like that. Yeah, 28.19. That's pretty good, and considering how much they're charging for their food. They should at least put that money towards their employees. Where is this? Ha, look at this. That's pretty good. Let's just look at this picture. If it ever loads. That's the way I would feel. $28 an hour? Yes. Yes, would you like fries with that? Let's see. No, our ice cream machine isn't broken, but I believe it's reserved for our more affluent customers. Isn't that correct, Reginald? Ice cream. Look at this. Everyone fancy. Everyone's bringing out the fancy things. Where is this? Different areas and different owners pay different rates. McDonald's I work at starts at 14, which is what I was making as a manager elsewhere before the pandemic. Holy crap. Is McDonald's a viable way to make a living now? Total weekly hours 16, and it's on Friday and Saturday night. And unfortunately, that means you don't qualify for benefits. Sorry. Yeah, that is always the way it goes, too, right? If you become manager, the font gets even bigger. Nice. Well, no, that's a thing. I guess check into your local McDonald's. Holy crap. Wages finally catching up with inflation? No, because inflation will just go up, and then this will seem like you're making $3 an hour. Yeah, when a Big Mac is like, you know, $36, you're going to be like, oh, man. I feel like I should make this my desktop, honestly. You know what? We'll just put that off to the side. That's pretty good. I like that. All right, what else we got here? New Friday the 13th movie is on the way. Bro, we're getting new Friday. Little Jason. Little Jason Voorhees, what are you doing with the axe? You won't put that down? Yeah. Yeah, so we're basically getting another thing. Yeah. So that's pretty good. They are working on it, quote unquote. Yeah, like you in a card game. Yeah, I'm working on it. We'll see. I don't know. You know, society. Yeah. Also, Five Nights at Freddy's 3 star Matthew Lillard says third film has always been the plan. Dude, this guy, Even though Quentin Tarantino was saying he didn't like him as an actor or whatever, man. Quentin Tarantino, stop being a little bitch, okay? Don't be a bitch, all right? You're a director. You got a bunch of money, okay? Yeah? Don't be a bitch. He's an icon in the horror world, okay? Be nice. It's called being human. God. Yeah, so basically, they're working on another one. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is already out, but this guy's apparently going to be in that, and that's a good thing. Yeah. Dude, Matthew Lillard, man, he was in Scream, and he was in that other movie, Scooby-Doo, and all that other stuff. So he's a good director, but this dude needs to wash his mouth. Yeah, there is, God. Well, Quentin Tarantino said a lot of crap about, like, he's like, oh, well, the actors, didn't he say something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing, and I could be completely wrong, so don't quote me. Something to the effect that the people who are in Marvel movies, like, people don't go to see the stars, they go to see the characters, and therefore it doesn't matter who's playing it, or something like that. Basically, he was dumping all over superhero stuff, even though Robert Downey Jr. said that most of his best acting was in the Marvel movies. Yeah. I would not be okay with people just dumping on Robert Downey Jr. and just be like, yeah, well, Iron Man, whatever. It's like, dude, he basically brought that whole universe together. But yeah, I guess Tarantino's at that point where he's a bit of a curmudgeon. And he's just like, I'm that director, I'm the auteur. And, he feels like he can kind of poke fun at other actors or something like that. Be professional. Here's the thing. If you want to be a Twitch streamer or a YouTuber creating all the drama, say all the crap that you want, okay? But you're in an industry that deserves or expects a bit of professionalism, See? He's like, yeah. Different actor doing Iron Man would make it a very different. They wanted to get Tom Cruise to do that. I don't think I would have given a crap about the Marvel Universe if Tom Cruise was Iron Man. Absolutely not. I would have been like, oh, hell no. Like, that would have bothered me. I was a little skeptical with Robert Downey Jr. because I'm like, maybe, but dude, and I didn't even like Iron Man as a character in comics and stuff. I didn't give a flying crap. I was like, he was the best thing about that. This guy's right here. They're making another Jay and Silent Bob movie. Yeah. They are. Apparently it was delayed because they were supposedly, what is it called? It's Jay and Silent Bob 3. I think it's called Store Wars. Yeah, so there's a thing about that. But apparently it got delayed because, I don't know if you remember when the United States and Canada were having a tiff. Well, apparently Canada pulled the funding from this guy's movie because, we had issues for some reason. Politicians, could you get over yourselves and let art be art? Okay. Yeah. So, in other words, they're making another movie. I don't know if it's going to be any good. Whatever. It is what it is. All right. What else we got going on here? Boop. This is some IGN crap. What's happening here? In-N-Out removes Order 67 after viral meme takes West Coast burger chain by storm. Really? So people are doing the whole 6-7 thing and they had to pull it from the thing? All right, let's find out. West Coast fast food chain In-N-Out will no longer call for Order 6-7. Oh, he said it. Oh, grow the fuck up. After the nearly inescapable viral 6-7 trend became overwhelmingly popular in its stores. Well, couldn't you just say, like, all right, Order 6-7, and if people start shouting, be like, you know what, grow the fuck up, you pricks. Like, what the hell? Yeah, I get it. It's nonsense for the sake of nonsense, and people going, well, like, dude, whatever. You know what? Just stay in your 2-year-old mentality corner and enjoy your fries, all right? God. Yeah, that's the only way to shut that crap down. Oh, look at you. Wow. Well, you're following the thing that everybody else did. You want to pick another number or maybe be original, you fucking pricks? What? No? You have no brains because it's all right of the way. Okay, good job. Enjoy your fries. This is why I should work for McDonald's for $28 an hour. There is no limit to where the incomprehensible meme may appear, but restaurants that divvy out customers' order by assigning them a specific number have been impacted more than many others. In-N-Out may be the most notorious hub for 6-7 activity. You guys are ridiculous. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, 6-7 might actually be referring to your IQ. Moving on to something that may have a brain cell. Oh, look, determined Baldur's Gate 3 fan calculates it has 236 hours of recorded dialogue, and even Larian had no idea it was that much. See, this is what I'm saying. Some people using their brain power for good. This person figured out that there is 236 hours of recorded dialogue for a single game. 236 hours? My dudes. That's 116 movies, basically. Are you kidding me? That's insane. That's a lot of hours. I mean, yes, I'm sure they didn't do it all at once, but that's crazy. That's an impressive amount of dialogue to put in a game. That should be given an award just for the sheer amount of content. The writer's hands must have fallen off typing all that crap out. Holy crap. Everwhite Moonlight put together a spreadsheet. Oh, get on it on this. Breaking down all the dialogue in the game, who spoke it, how long the dialogue is, even how many files they speak in. The survey results in some interesting facts surfacing. It's surprising that the narrator, Amelia Tyler, has the most dialogue at 14 hours, 43 minutes, and 55 seconds. Behind her, though, okay, whatever. I don't need the actual breakdown. So basically, the random 236 hours. You can just listen to this without even playing a game, and that's the hours that you're getting out of it. Oh my God. I bought the game for the dialogue. I think 6-7 is the new Made You Look. Yeah, well, I mean, my response to the Made You Look thing was like, yeah, you know what? Look at this. Middle finger right to your face. Made you look, dick. Yeah. Fucking nitwits. No, at a certain point, I'm all for dumb humor, but at a certain point, it's got to do something, you know? Even the Made You Look thing seems a little like it's a sleight of hand even, you know? Like when you're waiting for somebody with somebody else and you're like, oh, there they aren't, you know? And they're like, what? Come on, you know? That kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know. I got very, very vicious almost instantaneously when people did dumb things like that. Oh, Made You Look. Go fuck yourself. You know, go fuck yourself. Put a fucking, you know, corkscrew in your kneecap and keep twisting, bro. You're a fucking waste of fucking space, you useless piece of shit. And they're like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't have time to be wasting on this. I don't even want to breathe in your general area because your existence is so toxic and it's dumbing me down with every single syllable that utters out of your mouth. Prick. Oh, God. What? I have low tolerance, the thing is, when I speak to somebody, I want to learn things. I don't want to be poked at like a piñata waiting to burst forth my vile, venomous vocabulary from within. You know? It's like, let's keep poking at him till he breaks. I'm like, dude, you're not going to want that to happen. Go.
Tree card Monte Carlo some 2028.
Monte Cristo. It's a sandwich. Good. All right, so a lot of dialogue. Thank you. Oh, ad break is happening? I'm just spewing stuff. What is this? McDonald's pulls god-awful AI-generated Christmas advert. We'll get back to this. All right, killer, you got to roll equal to or greater than 15. I get that for coffee. Go. 6. I barely got that coffee. word battle. 6. It helps no one. Why? You tried. Boop. Okay, here's the thing. Why is McDonald's, thank you. Why is McDonald's using AI to begin with? So basically, they pulled an advert which, after major backlash, calls it an important learning. McDonald's, you know, we just saw an article where you're paying $28 an hour there. All right, 45-second clip was released on McDonald's in Netherlands, a YouTube channel on December 6th with comments turned off, big surprise, and was removed from the platform on December 9th. It depicted the most terrible time of the year and showed increasingly disastrous Christmas fails before suggesting people hide out in McDonald's until January. That sounds fun. McDonald's advert, view replies. What do we got?
It's the most terrible.
Okay, so let's see. We got this thing happening.
All the shops turn to mayhem. Even Santa knows space.
Hold on.
And the tree
That's going to be loud. That's going to be a thing I'm going to have to deal with now. God. All right, so snow's falling all over him. This guy's getting caught up in the lights. This guy's getting dragged by a bus. You got everything on fire. The cookies are dying. People are touching you. Oh, God, yeah. Old people. Yeah, you do have the slushy things. People don't know how to cook. There's the cat. Sparks. Not for nothing. As AI goes, this doesn't look too bad. You know? Generally, I don't care. I assume corporations are going to do soulless stuff to begin with, so it doesn't really matter to me. But I figure they have the money to actually do stuff. But we did open up another article about this because the people who actually worked on it. Let's see. Anything to save a buck. Well, I mean, they're paying their employees so much, so. Blink. Let's see. What if it's basically... Viewers were quick to hit out at the tone and quality of the video, pointing out a number of telltale generative AI signs. Well, it's not perfect yet. It will be. One user on social media called the video god-awful and cynical. All right, here's the thing. I don't care that it's cynical. Here's the thing. You probably, if anybody who's complaining that this is like, and again, I don't eat at McDonald's. I don't like McDonald's. Their coffee's okay. That's it. This whole thing about being cynical about the holidays, you haven't lived through enough holidays yet to actually be cynical about them. Relatives sometimes suck. Stuff goes crazy. It is an abomination of spending money and inconvenience, potential fire hazards, and yes, a cat getting stuck in a tree every freaking years because they're too stupid to realize that it's not a real tree. Glass all over the place from broken ornaments, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why there was literally a song called like The 12 Pains of Christmas. It's a classic parody. I forget who did it, but I am always worried about that's so cynical. Fuck yourself. What do you want? Wholesome holidays all the time? Not everybody's into wholesome holidays. And I like the holidays as much as everybody, but guess what? I'm well-rounded enough to appreciate the cynicism and sarcasm that comes with the holiday season that inevitably happens with every holiday because it's usually a bunch of bullshit anyway, depending on who you're spending it with. Okay? What the fuck? This person's new to the planet Earth? It's very cynical. Fuck you. You know? Another social media user added, the future is here and it's not looking good. Well, at least not for people who are actually creating movies, because this is going to get a lot better. Let's see. Another social media, blah, 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 blah. If they were going for creepy, depressing, deeply unfunny, clumsily shot, poorly edited, and inauthentic, nailed it, another person says. Another person who just probably got that generated from ChatGPT. Give me ChatGPT. I need an insult about this. Let's see. The message of this ad is the holidays suck. Again, this person must be new here. The art of SpongeBob. Are you fucking kidding me? You're calling yourself the art of SpongeBob and the holidays suck. What are you living? Are you living? Oh, are you under the sea in a magical wonderland that every holiday is awesome? The holidays suck. You've probably never worked retail during a holiday, so maybe you don't realize that they actually, in fact, do suck sometimes. Okay. And its solution is to spend as much time at McDonald's as possible. Forget your friends and family, have a Big Mac. I feel like that's a good thing to do sometimes. Maybe not on Christmas, but the song is poorly written, almost certainly written by AI because it doesn't fit the original rhythm at all, and I don't care. Art of SpongeBob. All right, what else we got here? Fast food restaurant chains issued a statement at BBC News saying the backlash served as an important learning as the company explored the effective use of AI. Well, I guess effective in pissing people off. The ad was collaborated between Dutch company and American production company, The Sweet Shop. It's very close to Sweatshop. Melanie Bridge, CEO of The Sweet Shop, went on to defend the ad after it was released publicly. Of course they did. God. Retail. I loved working, a call center on Xmas Day. Really? Well, a call center on Christmas? Probably not a lot, though. For 7 weeks, we hardly slept with up to 10 of our in-house AI and post specialists at the Gardening Club, our in-house AI engine, working in lockstep with the directors, Bird said. Let's see, Futurism. We generated what felt like dailies, thousands of takes, then shaped them in the edit room as we would any high craft production. This wasn't an AI trick, it was a film. Okay. As somebody who's worked with AI, you can do as much as you can do with AI and get thousands upon thousands of images, music, and all this other stuff that are utter trash. Basically, it's a creative slot machine, and sometimes you win. Sometimes something comes out and you're like, oh God, that's perfect. Very rarely. It is very time-consuming and unnecessarily so. So let's see. And this person actually made a good point. The people who made the AI McDonald's ad want you to know they put more man hours into it than a traditional production. Okay, this is where the point comes in. Like Coca-Cola, in their attempt to prove they worked hard, they've instead shown AI is hard to control, still expensive, and uglier. What's the point again? This person makes an excellent point. Because it's like, why, especially if you're Coca-Cola or McDonald's, why spend this amount of time using all this AI BS when you have the finances to actually hire a company to do it right the way it's supposed to be done? Eventually, though, I'm throwing it out there, AI will get to the point where we good, and it is going to generate stuff, and it's going to be fine. 1 or 2 takes, maybe. And every company is going to use it. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. But the guy does make a point. What is the point of using AI and putting in more hours than a traditional production? That's stupid. That's actually stupid. It's actually counterintuitive. For somebody like us, right? Music, to get a band together, do a professional recording and all this other stuff, blah, 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 blah. It would cost more money and more time than actually using AI. Even though it takes sometimes 100 song generations to actually come out with something decent. And even then, you got to go in there and kind of tweak things. And even then, it's still not perfect. But in that case, it is more efficient. But this, not at all. Not at all.
Constructive critique? That's extra.
Yeah, nobody wants to be constructive anymore. But I don't know. So our team alongside blah, 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 directive, we worked, I say, we're working right like, pulled back the curtain to show you the sheer human craft and scale behind it. The tools were different. The process wasn't. There's this idea floating around that AI will do all the work for us. Let's set the record straight. The man hours poured into this film were more than a traditional production. Well, then that's where, here's the thing. For that, you should have just gotten like real people. But I don't think anybody wants to pay all the real people. You'd probably pay more. I think McDonald's or whoever, whatever company, would rather pay a handful of people a certain amount of money, then have to hire and pay individually all these other people. Even if it took more hours to do, it's probably still cheaper. Let's see. Oh, this person, look. What's even funnier is that the production company said they spent more time and effort on this AI ad than on traditional production. So what's the real benefit of AI here? Definitely not the idea. Did they change the client? What, charge the client more? If not, did they work harder for the same cost? See, that's kind of important. Paying a fixed rate versus hourly. Probably. They probably just said, you know, here's the project, here's how much money we're going to give you, and this is our deadline. You know? McDonald's badge list follows similar to Coca-Cola, entirely AI-generated Christmas ad and a similar justification. Founder, chief executive. The haters on the internet are loudest. A lot of people complaining last year were from the creative industry who were just afraid of their jobs. Well, yeah, that's usually how it goes. Yep. Afraid for what it did, but I think the spot tested really well and the average people really enjoyed it. Maybe because they don't know any better. I don't know. Last year we decided to go all in. Worked out well for us. Yes, some parts of the industry were not pleased. We were using 100% generative AI film, but that's part parcel of doing something pioneering. We understand. All right, they do have a point. We understand that concern. We need. God, this is going to be so weird. This is such a weird conversation to have because the guy actually makes a point, bro. Because anytime you try something new, somebody's going to complain about it. You know, the same thing happened with photography. They were worried about portrait artists. When digital cameras came into being, people were worried about the traditional photographers. You know, Photoshop came around. Everybody worried about traditional artists. You know, and everybody fought. But eventually, all those things work together. You know, and we are where we are now, where you have artists using all these elements of everything all the time. You know, here's the thing. Nobody gives a flying fuck that anybody's doing digital editing in software for a film and they're putting all these effects on it and stuff like that. That shit had to be done with real lighting and stuff back in the day. You had motherfuckers with the actual film cutting and splicing shit by hand, putting in special effects by hand. Digital effects came in. Oh, what about our practical effects people? I mean, dude, it's just everything evolves and everybody hates the evolution. You know, but I'm telling you, it's unless something goes horribly wrong, this will be the new norm. It really will be. And nobody wants to see the writing on the wall. I see it and I'm just like, yeah, it is what it is. I get it. You know, I'm going to say it like everything else. Work with it, see what it can do for you and have fun with it. You know, that's all you can do. Have fun with it. Again, if you're a major company, pay people. Come on. What is this? Oh, here we go. Video killed the radio star comes to mind. That is a good point. You know, a lot of music that was made from people who had a face for radio, right? Let's put it that way. When videos came out about it, you had this other tier of importance placed on how people look that you would never have seen ever in your entire life. They just had that really cool song on the radio. You know, MTV came around, everyone had to do a video and stuff like that. And then they looked for more and more attractive musicians. Then we got to the Britney Spears era of stuff where it was like, yeah, basically it's just choreographed dancing. Now we're here where it's just the camera's pointed at somebody's butt and I don't even know if there's music playing. You know, that was over the course of what, 45 years? Music has changed drastically. It was actually more interesting back in the day. But now, hypothetically, you can actually get a musician that has good ideas, create something with AI, literally generate a band with AI, and they could be grossly grotesque behind the scenes. You wouldn't even know. But who cares? Like, people are all about the image now. So it's like, if it sounds good and it works and people enjoy it, then who gives a flying crap? You know, I don't know. But apparently we got GTA issues now because the Rockstar firing 31 GTA 6 developers over alleged union busting is deeply concerning. Hey, I heard from the another source that basically they were leaking stuff and that's why they got fired. But apparently this guy's getting involved. This guy, for those who don't know, he's a UK Prime Minister who always looks like he got stabbed in the testicles or something. No matter where he is, he always looks like, oh, what? So yeah, there's this guy's apparently they're going to look into it because it's super important. Look, it's a deeply concerning case, Starmer replied. Every worker has the right to join a trade union, and we're determined to strengthen workers' rights. Oh God, I can't believe this is coming out of his mouth. Okay, I've kept up with some UK politics recently. This guy's not so great. He's not a beloved politician. I'll just put it that way. And I feel like the country's got bigger problems right now than 31 people who got fired for whatever reason. Wow. Hey, Metroid Prime 4 is the Veilguard of Metroid. Oh, Dragon Age. People didn't like it? Oh, God. Who's complaining? Oh, there's giant wolves, though. What? Big scary monster, rapidly vicious, so turn to destruction, overran. I don't know, this game is just coming out. I don't want to spoil anything. Magic just revealed 38 new Marvel superheroes cards, including an Epic Commander deck. God, are we really to Marvel Comics and Magic the Gathering? God, it used to be so much fun when Magic the Gathering was just Magic the Gathering. Human Soldier Hero. God, that sounds clunky, doesn't it? He's a Human Soldier Hero 3-2. Wow. First strike, Captain America enters with a shield. Counter on him. Oh, God. I love my Spidey cards. Yeah, just like when Magic the Gathering was Magic the Gathering. It had its own universe. It didn't try to be the Fortnite of trading card games. You know? I don't know. What is this? Bruce Banner? Did they pull that artwork from a comic book from like the Steve Ditko era? Or like what the? Yeah, I generally don't care. Magic the Gatherings, I think I'm good with that. Skyrim Anniversary Edition launches on Switch 2 in case you want to buy it for the 10th time. Only 10 times? God, how's that even going to run on the Switch 2? I can't imagine it running well. While the bonus items are already available on the original Switch, the Switch 2 version does bring some welcome updates. Performance, load time, and resolution have all been improved. I don't care. It's Skyrim, dude. The game's great, but years ago, it's good. Soldier deck's coming back. I don't know. I just have the commander deck thing. Oh, we're already up to here? Fuck my life. God. I don't know if I care about this. Useless cops cost me $10K. Oh, jeez. Charged me for paying 9 months of rent. Wait, what? Here we go. This could be messed up. Earlier this year, I was living in an apartment with 2 assigned flatmates. They were assigned? Where are you living that you have assigned flatmates? I'm assuming this is UK, so, you know. One of them would constantly steal, blast music, and even on one occasion assaulted my other roommate. Why are you living with them? After the assault, which had multiple witnesses, she was arrested. However, while she was detained, she managed to convince one of the cops that the black eye her boyfriend gave her days prior was proof that this fight was mutual and got off with no further questions. Really? Then I lost my job. Oh, God. In addition to living with a ticking time bomb, I couldn't afford to. So I left under a law that grants me that privilege if I feel in danger, if danger is imminent. What the fuck is happening here? Where is this? What is this? Bravo Law of Talent. The talent of performers is invested proportionally to the number of background dancers. True. Sounds like halfway house or something. I don't know. Let's see. So basically they can move out, but legally, they actually had to say legally. They could leave if they felt threatened or whatever. Danger is imminent. However, now that they're trying to charge me the remaining 9 months of rent on my lease, what? I don't think I can prove in court because she was never convicted for the thing that makes me fear living with her. So here I am, forced to leave my city in favor of my aunt's basement, completely broke, with more debt than I've ever had and very little luck on the job market. Okay, so that is an FML. That is well, can't you just explain it? Wouldn't you explain it in court? And why are they holding you responsible for this whatever money here? So why is it costing you 10K? What's going on here? They're trying to charge you for 9 months of rent. What kind of weird ass contractual obligations or is this? I would go to court over 10K. Yeah, I would too. You kidding me? This is utterly ridiculous. Look, there's no comments here. Do I want to be the first comment? I just want to say, what the fuck is happening in your life? Oh, God. My life sucks right now. Yeah, join the club. My husband passed away in August. All right, well, mine isn't that bad compared to this past Tuesday, 4 months to the day after he passed, I was made redundant. You are obsolete. Thursday was our wedding anniversary. Sleep is hard to come by, and I think when I do sleep, it's not restful. Wake up sweating, heart racing, palm sweaty. Sometimes I remember a second or so of a dream, and I'm pretty sure he's been in a few. I feel lost. I don't know. The only advice I would have is like, you know, all the stuff is momentary, and there's a shakeup, and it's one of those things where it's like, in the moment, it sucks. And there's no way around it. You can't have it be unsucky. But no, as time progresses, the pain will ease, etc., etc. Yeah, that kind of thing. Losing my hair at 22. I just don't know how to feel knowing that the stress of my life will operate even outside my own perception. Huh? Cat scratched my eye because he's a fat ass. That's why I did it. I don't want a picture of your cut up eye, bro. Layoff led to gig jobs that offed my car. So basically you ran your car into the ground. Okay, that sucks. Eviction, driving test, injury, work. Oh, good. What happened here? Not sure what to tide all this. If that's Tide, wouldn't you just throw that in a dishwasher or something? I mean, it's just a shoit. Oh, so it leaked on there. Dude, it'll come right out. It'll be fine. Just throw it. Yeah, fine. Wife gives the money away. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Here we go. Wife giving the money away. My wife gives money to anyone who comes at her with a sob story. We fight and argue, and I end up letting her do it. We are not rich. We have around 300 positive every month after bills. You are wealthy. When her best friend needs money, she gives it to him. All right? When her brother needs money, she gives it to him. It is extremely frustrating to always feel like we're on the edge of losing it all. I hate my bleep in life. Just venting. My dude. Here's what you do. Set up a rule. Set up a rule in a household. Say, hey, you know what we're going to do? If you like giving out some money, here's what we're going to do. We have about $300 overage every month. $300 that we could be banking away. So here's what we're going to do. If you decide to give money to somebody, it can only be a certain amount because we need to save. It's a responsible thing to do. You can't help someone if you can't help themselves. Make it seem all right. Be like, look, okay, we've got $300. All right, how much do they need? That kind of thing. And be like, all right, let's say $300. We're partners here. We'll split that, $150 each. You can do $150 of whatever the hell you want, okay? You want to give it away and help out the needy sob story kind of people? Okay, but that's it. Because my $150 going in the bank, saving it for a rainy day. That kind of thing. I feel like that'd be reasonable, right? I worked through a back injury because I do my job. An arcade manager for 16 years was about to end. So now it's like 7 years later or more. Jobs won't hire me because I have back damage and nerve pain now. Had one job lined up, but then really? Raised lady got in the way of it, claiming she knew more about my condition than I did, but found out later through contact she just doesn't like. Really? Tell people sadly. Racism be racism. Just supposedly more okay than others. So no job for me. Yeah, but there's got to be another job out there. You know, here's the thing. Do you want to work in that kind of environment? I would say maybe report them, especially the current climate of things. That'll probably send up some red flags. But I mean, it's kind of like, unless you're living in one of those areas where it's like right to work kind of thing, which sounds good, but right to work basically means like, if you can't work, they have the right to say you can't work here. It's a bizarre little wording. Ruptured 1.5 S1 disc. Why I'm a bus driver. Bus drivers. Yeah, I try to keep my back not broken. Yeah, seems a good thing to do. Dude, it's difficult, man. I mean, you could just like slip and mess up everything. Yeah, right to work is right to fire, essentially. Yeah, I was like, when I first heard it, I was like, oh, right to work, that sounds good. And they're like, no, you don't understand. You know, because we grew up in New York. We knew somebody in Florida that's like a right to work to state. And they're just like, no, basically, if you don't show up or you can't do the job for a certain thing because of an issue, they can literally get rid of you. And I was like, well, hold up. In New York, it was completely different. It's like if something happened to you, like your leg was broken, they couldn't fire you because of that. You know? And I'm like, so I could just show up to work with a broken leg and be on light duty till my leg heals? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, all right, let's go. Yeah. I can't prove it, sadly. That's was now like a year ago. Oh, sadly, just an unofficial disabled person, basically. Oh, there's got to be a way. There's always a way. Always a way. Just got to figure out what that way is. Does anybody else's cat do this? All right, here we go. Here's about the cat. Let's talk about the cat, all right? Let me start off by saying I live in a one-bedroom apartment, so the cat's litter box is in the living room closest. Oh, that's kind of gross. But almost every time I sit down to have a meal, my cat decides it's the perfect time to go and take a giant stinky crap. Every fucking time. Here's the thing about that. If you don't know anything about cats, cats are communal. They're very communal. All right. If you are eating, they tend to eat. If they don't have any food, they'll probably try to do something that would be closest to, which in your case would be the digestive of the food. So I would say, yo, you know what? Maybe move the box somewhere else if you can, and put down a little bit of food when you eat. And I guarantee you the cat will eat when you eat. Because most of the time, like if you take a drink, the cat will drink. If you eat, the cat will take a couple of pieces of cat food. Cats are very weird that way. People may not notice it, especially guys, according to the last article. Cats are very social creatures. If you eat, they eat. And maybe if there's no food for them, they just feel like they have to do something else. Yeah. Makes me want to build a box for the box. Where the proper place to put a cat box? Yeah, it's a laundry room. Yeah, just somewhere off to the side where you can kind of sweep up around them, because sometimes you get that one cat that just keeps like launching cat litter out of the box like it's a sport. Woke up to this winner. Look, 8, 16, 26, 30, 58, 14. What do they got? 6, 15, 27, 30, 38, 14. So you're off by 2, you're off by 1, you're off by 1, you got 1, and you got the quick pick. Okay, so out of the 6 numbers here, you got 3 of them. That's not fuck my life. That's you lost. You didn't get any of the numbers. You're close. That's not a fuck my life thing. That's like if you add, say, 7, 16, 26, 30, 58, 14, that's a fuck my life. Okay? You got half of them right. Icarus, you gotta roll. Equal to or greater than 13. I should be easy enough. Just 13. You can do it 13. Anyone can do it 13. Number 13. What do we got? 5. I said anyone could do it 13. It's like you weren't even listening. Oh, God. Well, that's a high-sided litter box because big boy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ow! Hits Mike with face. Oh, God. And hits Mike. I could get this. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. It was too close. It hit me. All right. I don't what's say in a box. It can be messy. Yeah. Cats are kind of messy. They literally, they're like digging for gold. They're like, I'm like, oh my God. Beat me up. Well, they looked angry. They looked particularly angry. Hey, Spacebar Group. Hey, but at least we called something because I hit my dumb head against the mic. Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little disappointed, but I'm like, oh man, you know, that's, laughing at a small side hustle. Yeah, okay, we already got to that. Am I the asshole? Let's find out. Oh, do we have a PC gamer here? What's this? Oh, PC World. Look at this. RAM costs are skyrocketing, and these 5 other gadgets are paying the price. Oh, shit. From prompt to picture. Proven tips for better chat GPT images. Oh, good, good. Make the AI slop even better. Okay. Part of the mini PC. I want to see what else is going on here. I feel like this is more fun than everybody complaining about their lives. HP laptop with risen power to 16 gigs of RAM is just $499. That feels all right. You can now record Teams calls with Microsoft 365, personal and family. Good, just what I need. Oh, God. Razer's 20th anniversary. Best external hard drives for what? 2025? Top picks portable? SSD drives probably. Level up your TV. Look, I don't need that. This is like a lot of stuff I'm just not going to buy. What is this? 15 port surge protector. Okay. $23. That's actually pretty good. What else we got here? Let's see what's going on with the RAM. Okay, RAM is fucking up everybody's life because people are fucking greedy fucks. All right. So, DRM and AND shortages are already having and knock on. Okay, okay, there we go. So, what's going on here? Pre-built PCs. Ah, shit. This one might be a bit obvious, but here's worth pointing out. If memory costs more, then it's going to cost more to build a PC. And if it's costing more for you and me, it's definitely costing more for big system builders. Okay. What? CyberPower PC announced at the end of November that once Black Friday is over, they would have to raise the price on all its systems. This follows what it claims were 500% increases in memory price over 100% jump in SSD storage costs. You fucks. Main gear, PC told whatever. Go.
I love Bean. Bean is awesome. But she definitely beat me up.
I don't know. Maybe you insulted their coffee. Thank you. They were looking at impending price climbs and longer lead times for systems due to aggressive memory price hikes. They didn't give a deadline, though. In fact, okay, basically, give me actual prices. It's not just gaming PCs that are being hit either. Giants like Lenovo, Dell have announced impending price rises. Okay, basically everything's going up, guys. Everyone. When aren't graphic cards expensive? Yeah. But if you thought they were expensive now, then wait till they're hit by the impending RAM shortage. Oh, God. Okay, AMD has boosted its graphic card pricing for all current generation models by $10 per 8 gigabyte of VRAM, and RTX now has a new recommendations retail price of $619, $20 more than its launch price, and RTX let's say 60 now $360. God, that's now $309. This sucks. Fortunately, NVIDIA announced there's any price issues yet. Yeah, we'll see. Raspberry Pi and other microcomputers. Oh, man, they're going up too. Man, I never got a Raspberry Pi. I never got Pi. Oh, God. You're going to be holding on to Windows 10 for something. Yeah, this sucks because Dawn is probably going to have to get a new, streaming PC at some point. We're going to be holding off. Well, maybe you think the shortage will ease up at some point, or is this going to be like the new norm, kind of like the supply chain issues, where everything went up because of supply chain issues, and then they never went back down. Yeah, it's like the new norm of go fuck yourself. Okay. It's a way to work around some of these prices rises. We're going to launch a new Raspberry Pi 5 model with just 1 gigabyte of RAM that you can buy for $45. You have to do your own. Smartphones, tablets, and laptops. Oh, crap. I need a new phone soon, too. Shit. Forgot about that. Shrinking memory demand could help. Yeah, it could. If maybe they didn't force obsolescence on all our tech. Hey, tech companies, you want to maybe just say, you know what? We're not going to forcibly outdate everything you own because of the thing. Just give it a year. Give it a year. Okay. AI server centers is grabbing RAM and video cards. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah. See, although there's no guarantee that the AI bubble will pop and open up some of the hoarded NAND chips. No, it's not going to. It's not going to. It's not going to, and people don't realize that. Yeah, prices can only rise so much before people and companies simply stop buying. Well, I don't think we're going to be buying anything anytime soon. You know, God, this is just like every year it's something. You know, it's like food goes up. You know, cost of everything goes up. Now it's like RAM. It's the one thing that people actually enjoyed. It's like, you know, you got a computer, you can watch stuff, play some games. That's your entertainment. Now it's like the RAM goes up. And it's like, come on, dude, give me a break. Oh, yeah, that battery charger thing is only at 60% now. This whole stream. Look at that. We've been on for 4 hours. God. Yeah, so I'm not happy about this. All right, what the hell am I doing here? Am I the asshole? What? Monthly open forum. Would I be the asshole for refusing to visit my family for Christmas? Is this free trip? I feel like some of these we've already seen. Yeah, you already asshole for snooping out your booty. Whatever. Okay, I don't care. I don't care if these people are idiots. I can't deal with society right now. Dude, the RAM's going up. Everything's going up. God. NVMe drives are rising in prices, and video cards and NVIDIA and AMD are trading up in prices. Great news, the Intel graphic cards are not showing this trend yet, and price to performance might bring Intel to the top. Yeah, really? Intel? This has happened before, and it took years to get back to normality. I don't. It hasn't with food. Everything's still too damn expensive. I'm like, what the hell is even happening here? Yeah, dude. Like you went food shopping, and you got to think, dude. It's food shopping for just him and Dawn. We don't get fancy things. We're not getting, you know, super organic everything. We get some bottled water and whatever. It was still over like $200, and I'm just like, how? What the hell did we buy? You know, like. What? It's bizarre. Intel GPUs on top. That's delirium. Video card still costs more than $500 on a regular. Yeah. That's very lean battery. Yeah. Don't forget China's grabbing all the bit mining chips and running them into the ground. Yeah. Brought into the idea the government is somehow on our side, but neither side is. No, never. No government is ever on anyone else's side. It doesn't matter. Even if everybody gets a big, huge, fat refund check, you know who that helps? Nobody, because that's basically going to go back into the economy almost instantly to try to catch up on bills. You know, so it'll look good on paper for the economy, but everyone's still going to be poor. Everything is going up, and what? All of a sudden. My laptop display port decides to stop working. Intel Arc apparently rivals a 4060 and it's only $280. Really? The Intel Arc? That actually astounds me. I didn't even know they did anything other than onboard graphic, Like integrated graphics. I didn't even think they made graphic cards. Like, that seems... What? USB display adapter. Yeah, if mine ever goes, that's a good thing to keep in mind. That would be a good thing. Try swapping display cord at the port. Yeah. Now they do, I guess. That's kind of interesting. Maybe that's something to keep in mind if you got to do a build. Maybe we should discuss that with Dawn and see what kind of change we can scrounge up. Because here's the thing, right? Is, you know, because Dawn's streaming PC, she has the gaming PC and a streaming PC. Now, her streaming PC is running Windows 10. Unfortunately, it's an older motherboard, so we can't go into it and change the security protocol to allow her to get Windows 11. Plus, it's kind of showing its age anyway. The thing is about that, the only thing to do eventually is to start... You could replace the motherboard, get a new graphics card and stuff like that, and maybe kind of get that to work. But even the graphics card is kind of old. So at some point, she is going to have to upgrade. Now, Windows 10 is going to stop being supported in, next year, right? Was it October, November? Go.
Maybe this will help.
It does. I'm going to put it into... Dude, that's like 20 kilobytes of RAM, all right? So... Thank you. Older computers ran on 20 kilobytes of RAM. Now it's like, God, I got like 16 gigs in this thing. And it's like, huh? What? I need more RAM. So what we're thinking is like, maybe we'll see what's available now. I mean, Black Friday's already over, so I don't know if that's going to help. Can I get a new in-box last gen motherboard? Maybe. But again, there's the graphics card that we'll have to probably upgrade to. That'll probably cost more as well. And I at a certain point, it's almost better to get a pre-built because they were relatively cheap, but now I don't know. You know, this is gonna be a disaster. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Maybe she could use your laptop that you did, but the one that's got the broken screen but still works with a display port, so you could stream from that still. So maybe you can use that. We'll figure out. We're good at duct taping what we have and just, you know, dealing with it. I said this is an Intel Arc B580 limited edition graphics card. It's $249. You know, I will write that down. Like, legit, I didn't even think they did anything other than integrated graphics. So let me write it down with my crazy pen. Intel Arc B580. Listen. Dude, that's pretty good. 250, that's doable, you know. I had no idea. Thank you. AM4 still has some price comment. Oh, AMD, you mean? Yeah. Steam box should be handy if it's priced within your budget. Yeah, I mean, if the Steam machine comes out and that's worth it, then that would be good for... Well, I don't know if it's going to be able to play all the newer games. That's the other thing to consider. It's like, will it be able to play the latest and greatest? Probably not, because it's only supposedly has 8 gigs of VRAM on it. And I'm just like, ooh, you know, a lot of games need more than that. So it'll be good as an entry level stuff for people. But, you know, it's like if Dawn wanted to play, say, the Indiana Jones game that came out, that's not going to run well. Yeah. Latest as of 5 to 10 years ago. The hardiness requirements, pre-builds will start either having not included or come with the worst choice options, like toys that didn't come with batteries. Now computers will have no RAM included. You got to buy your own. Like, oh God. I expect that video RAM thing is gonna go up with a revision. Really? Automod? Come on. RAM thing. It really thought RAM thing was something wrong. Okay. Ridiculous. Yeah. I'm waiting for graphic cards to let you install your own RAM again. Autobot hates me. I don't know, man. Why do you keep talking about RAM and things? Oh, God. I don't know. Well, we'll discuss it and figure it out. But You know, it's like the state of the world and everything. It's like I just want stuff to level off where, you know, people can actually afford stuff, whether it's food or, I mean, simple technologies like RAM to make your computer run faster or whatever you need it for, graphics card, stuff like that. I mean, come on, dude. And now we're getting to this point where we're going to have these scrappy put together computers, and then, you know, the upper echelon of society is going to own all the RAM. And we're going to be using old slow ass RAM from like, you know, 5-6 years ago. Oh, God. I got an RTX 3060, 12 gigabyte. OC Vision is amazing. TDP plays absolutely anything and looks amazing. Nice. There you go. Yeah, I forget what card Don has. I think it's like a 2070 or something like that. I know I'll have to look into it. I forget. Our computers are going to look like 80s through together, 80s sci-fi. We'll make it work. I mean, that's kind of the scary thing. At a certain point, it's going to be like all right, I'm thinking Mad Max levels, where giant corporations owned all the technology and the common man was left with mere scraps, you know? And then you're going to have this like a boy and his dog post-apocalyptic world where people are duct taping computers together to try to get them to work. You know, it's like, it's going to be ridiculous. I want a Star Destroyer PC case. Drives an IBM computer with a hockey mask. Yeah, right? There you go. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe things will get better. I don't know. The world is weird. It's an utterly confusing time. Yeah. Thought Don had a 3070. If it's a 2070, no wonder why New Indiana Jones runs like crap. It might be a 3070. I might be mixing up the numbers. You know, my brain not work so well sometimes. Tanko blended with Dark Angel is what I think the apocalypse would currently be like. Yeah, just as long as we don't have kangaroo people. I think that'll mess up my life. I gotta watch Tank Girl again. God, I gotta read the comics. The comics were awesome. They were fun. I did want to call something. Let me go through the bingo here. Stupid food. We didn't actually do that. Physical item shown. Drop frames. No, we didn't drop any frames. Ask for help. Look it up. I feel like I did. Runs out of coffee. That's what it was. I did run out of coffee. I didn't have bad coffee though. Blood Rain. I did a costume change. It only took a second, but still. Spicy card battle. Yeah, not really. PO box thing. Thrift store fine. Bad pun. Maybe. Didn't eat on stream. I probably should eat something. Hype train level 3, 5. Didn't do any of that. All right. Boop. Do that. Q. Got all that cowed. Crab battle. Oh, God. All right. Eats on stream. Sometimes I eat on stream. Very rarely, though. So I feel like I should do that more often. Especially when I get hungry. My blood sugar, bro. My blood sugar. Where to leave off? I gotta find a thingy here. Boop, 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 doot, 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 doot. All right. Oh, good. That's just what I needed to see out of the corner of my eye. No, apparently it was a news thing. Apparently the U.S. decided to seize an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. I'm like, oh, God. What is happening now? Could we just have a day where nothing is getting set off here? Dude. No, there's always some weird crap happening. Food. Stupid food. All right, we can call stupid food. At least I clicked on it. I'm not going to go through it, but I kind of wanted to do it to help somebody who might need it. Stupid food. We called it. Nice. All right. Well, just in case, you know, somebody might need stupid food. I'm just moving around with this 2 different things here. See, did we go through all the stuff? Yeah, that's that weird thing. No, that's me, RRL. What was the interesting as fuck website? What am I looking at here? How astronauts wash their hands. What? Oh, wash their hair. Really? That's a little weird. What is this? Equipment that was invented, used prior to the Great Depression, that is still being used today. It's used for making candy cream centers. Are you freaking kidding me? Dude, this is 100-year-old tech that's still working. Dude, this is like the Roman concrete of candy making. Holy crap. That is interesting. Look at that. They're still using it. Bro. Wow. If it's not broke, keep using it. Yeah, I know, but when is it not broke? That's the impressive thing. God, we used to make stuff that lasted so long. This planned obsolescence crap is just bullshit. Holy. What's going on here? In June 2023, a Portland man gets fed up with all the rod closures and drove through Grand Floral Parade barricades. He was later sentenced to 5 years in prison in October. Okay. Nice. Thank you, DJC1. Yeah, I don't think I want to deal with... Look at this guy. What the hell? Psychopath, dude. 5 years in prison? I feel like that's excessive, but I mean, I wouldn't want this person on the road. Yeah, what? Now you got a cone stuck out of your car? Oh God, dude, this guy's so dangerous. Oh no. Oh my God. What the hell? You're ruining your car. What? Dude, he almost ran over. Dude, there are kids. Oh, yeah. All right. Never mind. 5 years is justified. Oh, my God. That's scary to watch that there's people like that on the road. Yeah, 5 years is not enough. Yeah, apparently. Holy, that was scary, dude. What is this? This is how brand new Boeing 787 looks like before seats are installed. Look at all that leg room. Say goodbye. Wow. The town that died in 1973, the entire town of Mazamet, France, laid down the streets as dead to symbolize these 16,500 people killed on a French road the previous year, leading to the immediate safety reforms. Wait, hold on. 16,000 people were killed on French roads in 1972. My God, you guys got some real bad drivers over there. Holy shit. The Kahlua King is 1,000-mile long... What? Cyclist system? All right, interesting stuff. I don't care. The guy read books and had tea parties with king cobras. Thank you for the follow. In Malaysia, before passing in 20... What, was he bit by a cobra? He was reading comic books to king cobras. What are you doing? Catbag, hi, how's it going? Welcome. Boop, 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 boop. We're going through interesting as bleep stuff right now. Allegedly. Oh God, what's happening here? This video just shows how powerful an underground blowout can be. Oh God. That thing is going to get wrecked. Yeah, goodbye. I could have told you that was going to happen, dude. No, don't do that. What are you doing? Yeah, don't mess around with water pressure. That is, it's pretty strong. A rare white crow spotted in what? Oriental Philippines draws attention from wildlife photographers. Dude, what? Dude, there's white crows. Not just Brandon Lee. Bro, look at this. They look cooler black, I'm just saying. Albino crow. Yeah. Albino crow. Oh, pretty cool though. In 2016, long before the full-scale invasions of... Oh, I don't care. It's politics. Oh, this guy with his beard. Mantois. This is Nigel Riches, a New Zealander who won the French language Scrabble World Championship in 2015 despite not being able to speak the French language. Oh, that must fucking piss people off. Hey, I won French Scrabble. Wow. That's really good. I don't know French. Everybody just sitting there like dumbfounded, like, What? How did you win? You don't even know French. Judges, this person doesn't even know French. Like, how do you do that? Maybe he's just really good at simply memorize the entire French. What? He simply memorized the entire French dictionary. Remarkably, he still can't speak the language. We were talking about ADHD earlier. This guy. He saw the patterns. No, he memorized the French dictionary. I don't even know how you do that. Oh, Panda. Panda Cub rolls for the first time and tries to show it's what? Sleepy friend. Rolling is a primary form of entertainment for pandas. Oh, God, get him a bowling alley. Look at me. Look, I'm going to roll. Oh, look, I'll go do it. Yeah, it's hard to roll uphill, bro. Yeah, it's like, I'm just going to eat a twig instead. Okay, great. What's going on here? The first ever cat video, May 1900. Oh, look, they colorized it. First ever cat video. This is the first cat video. Dude, look at that cat. They definitely look more cat. Not like domesticated cat. That's pretty good. Cool. Nice. I call BS. Yeah, probably. Watch a killer T cell from the immune system destroy a monstrous ovarian cancer cell. Nice. There you go. Destroy that cancer cell. Fuck them. Danish orchestra delivers performance after eating world's hottest peppers. Oh, God. These poor guys. Oh, they're going to die. Somebody's going to die. Whoa, pink spider. What? Brazilian border tarantula known for its bright pink hairs. Yo, we got pink spiders. Tell Pauline. Dude, look at that. Isn't that the name of a band? I think it is, right? Oh, the pixel art. We talked about this. Oh, I just skipped over. Damn it. Where is it? Come on, where's my pink spider song? Da-da-da-da. Pink spiders. Oh, yeah, there we go. Dude, pink spiders. That's right. See, they were named after them. Look at that. This is what pink spiders sound like. All right, we got to listen to it now. We'll make a video out of this. Nice. I like this song. It's a good song. You can't hear it on YouTube because you're YouTube. What else we got? Train station. North Korean band. But that's not a good idea. Not a good idea. Ugh. What are you doing? You guys are okay with this? The Swiss take the Christmas tree lighting seriously. Yeah, I feel like this... Do the Swiss have a fire department? There, you get the idea. Dude, that's absolutely nuts. I would be so nervous about that. That's a fire hazard if I ever saw one. Holy crap. What's this? 20-year-old lottery winner turns down $1 million cash for $1,000 a week for life. Oh, yeah, why not? $1,000 a week is $4,000 a month. You're fine. You're guaranteed $52,000 for the rest of your life every year. I would absolutely do that. Wouldn't you? Absolutely. Okay, I would say depending on your age. If I was like 85, I'd be like, just give me $1 million. You know? Like, I feel like that's smart, you know? Because $1 million, all right, here's the thing. $1 million seems like a lot of money, right? It does seem like a lot of money. But if you feel like, because $52,000 a year, if hypothetically you feel like you're going to live for the next 20 years, you're making that $1 million, right? Plus you're going to be working anyway, right? Probably, but a little less. So assuming you're going to live another 20 years, everything above that is more than $1 million. So yeah, you're rolling the dice on how long you're going to live, but optimistically, you know, God, it takes that long to make that much money. 20 years, $52,000 a year. Ugh. Not inflation would probably be better to invest in yourself. Maybe, kind of depends. I know $1 million doesn't get a lot now. I know it sounds stupid, but $1 million doesn't get a lot. Well, because homes cost like almost $500,000 now. It's absolutely stupid, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it kind of depends. How much, what would be the monthly interest on $1 million? You know, give or take. Because if you put it in, say, a locked-in one-year CD, and it was at 4%, what, 4.5%? Million isn't a lot, but $1 billion is still a ridiculously large amount comparatively. Yeah. What's the interest rate? Let's say 4%. Let's be optimistic, I guess. You know, because if you usually lock it in, but the rates apparently change every year depending on what the Fed is doing. At least that's my knowledge. I don't have a lot of interest knowledge. Banks like to steal from you for services invested in rice. What? Like rice companies? Now, back in the day, there used to be, like in the 80s, there were obscene interest rates. Like I think it was like 12 or 15%. Now you're lucky if you get 4. So to live off interest, you need 2 million. Yeah, but I mean, hypothetically is what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, say 4% interest every year, right? 4% interest on $1 million is going to be what? 40,000, right? It's good. It's give or take 40,000. So even trying to live off the, yeah. So wait, 1 million, 40,000 a year. So yeah, taking the $1,000 a week, that's 52,000. So it would actually be better to mathematically take the $1,000, you know? So at least for the first year, I guess. I mean, because then you're making, if you were planning on living off the interest, you're actually living better getting the $1,000 a week for the rest of your life. Yeah. Yeah, as opposed to 4,000. So basically you'd be making, you know, an extra $700 a month. And a bank that would be compound interest, so it would be a lot more. If they decide to do, but if you're living off the interest, you would have to take that money out, is, you know, the point. So, and even if you're doing it in a compound interest, you know, then doing, say, 1,040,000, I mean, you got to wait quite a bit. I know, I feel like this would be good. I would do the 1,000 a week for the rest of my life. I think I would. You know, as much as I would be like, ooh, $1 million, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, because then it's like everything else is kind of easy then. Because you could still do what you want. If you lose a job, it's not a big deal. You still have income. You know, if something goes sideways or whatever, it's all right. You got income. That kind of thing. It could literally pay, you'd be living rent free. What? FDIC insured? Yeah. Save months. What? At 5 weeks? Yeah. 2,000 a week is probably more future-proof. Yeah, but who's doing 2,000 a week? I wish we were doing 2,000 a week. What's this? Zelensky went from winning first edition of Ukraine Dancing with the Stars to running the nation. What a plot twist. Yeah, it's fantastic. Lava fountain cools down into rocks before hitting the ground. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, God. Yeah, that'd hurt. Match together. Oh, look, the vibrating strings inside. Wow, that's great. Okay. When a whale dies and sinks, its carcass, known as whale carcass, provides an abundance of nutrients for a large number of deep-sea animals. Yeah, no kidding. This guy, what did he do? Man shaved his beard in each alphabet shape from A to Z. Oh, God. What is this? Anyone besides me see this and hear Captain Caveman? Oh, yeah, I can see what they did there. All right. That was an old reference. Whale fall is the term. What's we got here? Ooh, spiders. What is this? Cavil spiders scream when they are feeling threatened. Oh, good. As if spiders weren't scary enough. They have an audible yell. Altoona local police respond to McDonald's 911 call and question Mark Rosario. December. Who? Oh, that's the guy, right? Yeah. All right. Let's see. EPA working on an oil coolant. I don't care. I captured a massive aurora eruption above Vestrom. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Nice. It's a good picture. God, this looks like another planet, doesn't it? This is on Earth, chat. Imagine what beyond looks like. Huh. Lightning strikes. At the exact moment, girlfriend accepts marriage proposal. Why do I not believe this? Possibility, but, you know, I'm the eternal skeptic. Just be glad it didn't hit you, okay? What's going on here? 1940 use of Sonovox, one of the early examples of processed vocal music. Oh, God. Is that where it started? Isn't this in, like... Wasn't this in, like, My Son the Vampire or some crap? Oh, God. Fingal's Cave from Scotland. All right, I'm going down a rabbit hole. Get me out of here. Oh, God. This. What is this guy doing? Yo, get back on that bike, bro. He's really trying. Impossible to Save by Alex. Dude, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. What is it? What are those shoes? Wow, that's pretty amazing. That's some old writing stunt. Yo, that guy could have died there, but he's like, nope, I got this. I got it. I'm holding it. Dude, that's crazy. Oh, I wonder if the bicycle guy's here. World Cities Climate. I got to scroll to this because this guy got aerodynamically crazy. Oh, look at this guy. He's cool. Da-na-na. Creepy. God. Where was it? Did they take it down? There was this really cool thing about this cyclist and how he used aerodynamics to do something crazy. Yeah, I guess that's gone. All right, never mind. What do we got? Oh yeah, I wanted to keep an eye on that. This guy, McDonald's. Okay. All right, let me wrap this up. God. It was a real horse long ago. Those are road legal shoes? I don't know, man. Those are some freaking durable shoes. Dude, I can barely find a pair of sandals that last more than a week. God. All right, so we should wrap up. We're creeping up on 9:30. I got to make sure I eat something so I don't die. And let us see who is on. Who shall be rated? Yo, Mr. Lobo's not on. They actually, they're literally off for, I think, the rest of the year. They're going to Cali. They're going back to Cali. So, whatever. Quentin, hi. We are wrapping up. Let's see. There's mystery tapes. Well, somebody wants to see some weird VHS stuff. All right. Let's see who's on here. We got robots. They're doing that. What shout thing? God, I feel like I just show a lot of weird, like, I don't really watch anything great. I'm gonna do raid riff tracks. I mean, it's kind of like, unless you want to see shrug buds. Do you know what shrug buds are? Maybe we could do that. All right, this is a weird thing. Anybody know who shrug buds are? Basically, they do movie stuff. All right. They kind of like watch movies and stuff, and I guess they're doing like some Christmas stuff. They are VTuber adjacent. So, never heard of them. I don't know, unless somebody I know is rating. Isn't anybody like on right now? Because I'll read you guys. Meta-analysis of caffeine or anxiety and mental health issues can post to the Discord if you want. Sorry, been working. Caffeine on anxiety. Oh, maybe that's our problem. No, doctor says you're always anxious. And I'm like, I'm fine. Talk to me. My brother does watch 3 guys who talk movies. Yeah, strange I don't see Mr. Lobo. No, Mr. Lobo's going to Cali. Shrug Buds, we've watched them a couple of times. They usually do play some weird movie from a particular time period. They are doing like, their title is Holiday Movie Exchange. So, you know, it is something. There are VTubers. One's a little gnome guy and some other dude's like a little slacker kind of looking dude. And they talk about movies. It's kind of fun. They use a lot of graphics. It's interesting. And, you know, if it's not for you, then I get it. Dawn will be on to Friday. I forgot what day it was. Friday at 5 o'clock. We're getting closer to the Xmas season and the holiday, so a lot of streamers are not going to be streaming. We, however, we got that work ethic, you know? So we do stream. So we're psychotic. I'm gonna boop you. Boop. Didn't seem happy about that. Thank you. All right. So wrap up. We'll go see what Shrug Buds are going to play. I have no idea. Again, they may be your thing. They may not be, but I'm probably just going to have them on in the background. They're playing some weird crap during their intro. So let's go. All right, we're going to rate it up again. Thanks, everybody, for supporting, doing the thing. If I don't see you by Christmas, have a Merry Christmas. Have a good holiday. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. All the holidays, may they be festive and your life be filled with joy unto the new year. May the world treat you better than it has been treating you. And may RAM prices depreciate in value. All right. I don't know. Good luck out there. What are we going to do? Later.